All right, we're gonna resume the committee meeting, the committee meeting on the public hearing for special education. And we have three more speakers that have been with us all day. And so we'll have our three in-person speakers, and then we will shift to those speakers that are joining us remotely. So, yep, we have Stephanie first, and then Tyrone and Jennifer. So, Stephanie.
Hi, it is good evening now. We've been here since good morning, so now it's good evening to the members of um, the Select Special Education Committee. My name is Stephanie Wanzer. I'm a special ed transition teacher for 18 through 22-year-olds at a Connecticut public RESC. And I want to keep putting the public word in front of the RESC because it is a public agency. And I am a local union president, and I'm also the CEA treasurer. And I was a member of the special ed task force that worked on a lot of the things that got brought into this bill. And I want to thank you so much for the time and diligence you put into this because it's a lot. It was a lot for us for the past 2 years working on that. And again, there's a lot of good things in here. I feel like I need to say that we need to have some positives now because it really was kind of it brought us down. This is supposed to be going forward and moving towards what we can do for special ed. And I feel like we didn't get a lot of that today. And I brought up this morning during the press conference that it is the 50th anniversary of IDEA. So this is a great thing, and I appreciate all the work you've done. I'm going to talk about special educator workload as I am a special ed teacher. We are pleased to see sections addressing special education workloads. Connecticut has neither a policy that's established how caseloads or workloads is calculated nor a maximum, but other states do. We talked about this at the task force. We commend the legislature for recognizing that there is a policy on workload should include not only the number of students with individual education programs or IEPs, but also the specific intensity. And that's a big thing that as a special education teacher, you know that about that word intensity. There's a lot used for that of each services. Students with more severe disabilities, like the ones I work with, require more resources, and that's people, that's money, that's product, that's everything, and dedicated time. And time is not something we have as teachers, do we? That's the thing. We always go, "What do you want? Time. How are you going to get it? Have no idea." But we all need it because we're working past the school day. We're pleased that we see the provisions requiring an analysis of special education teacher workloads. The only thing is when I looked up the Bergen thing and finding that it really hasn't met is a concern of mine. So I would say to, Representative Poulos, that's something we need to look at because the task force didn't meet. I had heard so many things about how the task force doesn't meet. This is what I feel like is going to go down that line. And if you don't push that forward, that's really going to not work with this bill, right? Or all this stuff in this bill. And I understand how much work is being put into this. It's not perfect. I've heard them say time and time again, you're not taking services away. I know that. I'm a special ed teacher in a RESC. I know you're not taking service, and I appreciate that. I just can't understand why it's out there that it is. However, I look at my workload every single day and the kids I work with, and I have 5 students right now. It could be up to 7. That's in my caseload. But I have 2 non-certified staffs. I started as a non-certified staff. 10 years at CES. I love where I work. I got into a cohort. I tried to take every opportunity to become a teacher. So I did that cohort. I became a DSAP teacher. I had my 20 years. My day is very busy and very tiring, but trying to do CT SEDS and having the glitches still that are there, and all those things put into that is something that I think you can address with this by talking to more teachers. Again, that's a piece of that we didn't see as many of, but I wish we could get more, and we can do that for you through CEA. So I know we also wanted to say, look at the programs that are working, like my program myself, where we work. I think it's a great program, and there are places out there you can do that. And again, the resources that we're looking and trying to do with Bergen. So thank you. I know I heard the little button, so thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Do we have any? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for waiting
No
again
worries.
and past the recess. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
so much.
Okay. And next we have Tyrone Walker.
Am I pressing something to speak? Oh, yeah. Oh, perfect. Oh, then I'm good. So, good evening. Um, my name is Tyrone Walker, and I give greetings to the chairs, co-chairs, ranking members, and honorable members of the Select Committee on Special Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in strong support of HB 7277, an act concerning the provision of special education in Connecticut. As a Harvard Board of Education member, special ed expenses are ever increasing year over year. Two of our three largest expenses, tuition and transportation, are greatly impacted by special ed cost. Most of our over $36 million in transportation expense go to door-to-door transportation required by special ed students. A large number of Harvard students require special ed services, and our out-of-district special ed tuition, which is approaching 6 figures per student, significantly impacts our overall tuition cost. Given these needs, I commend the committee for raising this bill. Special education is not a partisan issue. It's about fairness, transparency, and ensuring that every child, regardless of ability, has access to a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. HB 7277 responds directly to long-standing challenges voiced by both families and school districts. Issues like unpredictable and opaque outplacement costs, a reimbursement system that strains local budgets, and unequal access to high-quality in-district programs. This bill's creation of a universal rate schedule for out-of-district special education services is a critical step forward in predictability and accountability. This will help Harvard Public Schools budget planning and ensure that our students receive services appropriate to their individual needs. This is a pro-family, pro-district, and pro-taxpayer type of policy. In addition, provisions like the Transportation Grant Program and incentives for school construction projects that include space for special education services reflect a holistic understanding of what it takes to truly support students with disabilities beyond classroom walls and into every facet of their educational experience. Finally, the bill's investment in competitive grants that develop or expand in-district and regional special education programs will help Harvard Public School control special ed cost. It recognizes that the best educational outcomes for students often happen close to home, where they remain connected to their communities and peers. Supporting districts and building capacities benefits students, families, and municipalities alike. I urge you to advance HB 7277. It's balanced, well-constructed bill that offers immediate financial relief to districts and long-term structural reforms that Connecticut families and educators have needed for years. Thank you for your leadership on this issue and for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Representative Wheelander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being with us tonight and waiting. I know that one of the universals truths for most districts is the concerning cost of special education transportation. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts on the proposal that is included, which would have the Department of Transportation create sort of the most effective routes for students going to outplacement facilities to try and reduce the number of vehicles that are taken, consolidate in a way. Do you think that that would be helpful for the public schools in Hartford, or is that something that actually wouldn't be reducing the cost that much?
Now you're speaking of like trying to optimize the routes. I personally would not object to it. I think if it's also attached to kind of pre-negotiated rates where it's pretty clear, then I think that would be helpful as well. If I can add an additional point, I've often wondered too, if it's possible to move beyond it always being door to door, single student, and if there's ways to do some kind of aggregation where that makes sense as well. So that'd be my feedback in that.
Thank you. I mean, I know that most of us, or many of us are parents, and we work on carpooling details every day. And if there's a way that we can sort of consolidate and optimize the funds and the number of trips that are being taken, so that aren't the individual charges for each student, that may be helpful. Thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. It looks like no other questions.
Thank you.
And then Jennifer Penhall.
Good evening, honorable members of the Select Committee on Special Education. The proposed language in House Bill 7277 is welcomed by Hartford families and educators. We are grateful to the committee, particularly Rep. Khan, for proposing these two bills. I am also personally grateful to Rep. Khan for taking the time to meet with so many individuals that are affected by special education funding. This bill clearly speaks to the needs that were shared from many throughout Connecticut. My name is Jennifer Hockenhall, and I currently serve as the chair of the Hartford Board of Education. I am a Hartford resident, and I'm a parent of 2 high school students. I moved to Hartford in 2021 to serve the city of Hartford. I stayed in Hartford because of the schools. When I made the difficult decision to leave the role at the city of Hartford, the first thing my kids said to me is, "We don't want to move. We love our school." Those are powerful words from teenagers. I also love their schools. Hartford Public Schools offer so much to our students. It's part of what makes our schools unique. Along with the incredible teachers and diversity in our student population, Hartford schools offer incredible opportunities, including the finance and insurance pathways at Weaver High School, the engineering and green technology pathways at Hartford High, the public services pathways at Buckley High, robotics at University and Hartford High, middle school sports, and community school model that provides an array of services and support to students and families at our neighborhood schools, just to name a few. Each of these opportunities connects our students to our schools, allowing them to feel a sense of community and belonging. But because of the ever-increasing cost to support our students with special educational needs, we are forced to cut programs that make Hartford schools a meaningful place for our students, where they can receive a high-quality education they each deserve. The goal of this legislation is to make sure appropriate special education services are provided to all students while minimizing costs incurred to sending districts. This results in more funds available to both special education and regular in-classroom instruction educators and learning resources. Each student with each student who needs special services in order to receive their high-quality educational experience deserves to be served appropriately. School districts such as Hartford, whose special needs population is 3,467 students, or 21% of our student body, cannot fiscally meet these needs without increased financial support. We cannot continue to cut costs. We learned during this year's budget process that there is little more left to cut. As a board member, I recognize that we need to begin the conversations around right-sizing our district, for which I personally believe will require some more support from the state. Hartford Public Schools' previous consolidation work has been recognized as a national model for district right-sizing, but even with fewer schools, it will not solve the $30 million budget gap we started with this year and the likely $35 million gap in the next year. Currently, HPS spends more than 8%, or $36 million of our annual budget on outplacement tuition for special education students. This bill will allow our district to count on more funding for students attending our schools. Thank you for the work that you've done to move this incredibly important work forward. I am grateful for your efforts, and I'm hopeful that our students, who are all deserving of high quality education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? No, thank you very much. And you're our final in-person speaker, so you have that honor. Thank you very much for staying late into the evening. Okay, I'm going to turn to our remote, our participants in order. And again, some of you I think may not be on, but if you've submitted your testimony, we will receive that as well as a committee and review it. So let me just begin with Laura Hennigan. I don't see, no, I don't see Chip Dumays. If you hear your name and you're interested in testifying, just let the clerk know, but we'll wait a minute to make sure. Condra Radley? No. Yeah. Heather Tartaglia? Number 49, yeah. No, Heather Tartaglia? Okay. Dr. Thomas Dehaney?
He's joining as a panelist.
Great, thank you. Oh, I see you, Dr. Thomas Dehaney. Whenever you're ready, if you want to unmute and.
Hold on, I'll be with you in a minute. Hold on. Maybe if you want to go on to the next one, and I'll be back on.
All right, we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so continuing down, Corinne Barney. Yep. I'm doing. Dr. William Rice. Going too late into the night. Timothy House. Julia Boland.
Hi.
Hi, Julia. Why don't you go ahead and provide your testimony? Thank you for joining us.
Great, thank you. There's me and then my colleague as well. Members of the Select Committee on Special Education. We are law student interns in the Community Lawyering Clinic at Yale Law School. We submit this testimony in support of HB 7277/SB 1561 on behalf of our client, Connecticut for All, a statewide coalition of labor, community, and faith organizations. Connecticut's special education programs and its public schools generally are significantly underfunded. This is a problem for students who are not being given the opportunity to reach their full academic potential. It is a problem for the General Assembly, which is obligated under the state constitution and federal law to provide schools enough funding to meet a minimum standard of quality. And it is a problem for the state because refusing to invest in schools that prepare students for college and well-paying jobs undermines our long-term economic health. Connecticut for All supports these bills as an important step towards meeting students' needs and complying with the state's legal obligations. Connecticut for All also urges the General Assembly to adjust the fiscal roadblocks to fully fund the state's entire system of public education. My testimony will focus on special education services, and my colleague Drew Jones will testify about the state's other educational obligations and the effect of the roadblocks. These bills will help the General Assembly meet its federal legal obligations to provide special education services. Under the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, Connecticut must provide a free, appropriate public education, including tailored support services for students with special learning needs. The IDEA mandates that students with special needs be educated in the least restrictive environment, meaning they should learn alongside children who do not have disabilities in the regular educational setting. Today, too many Connecticut students with special needs are not getting the tailored support they require due to staffing shortages. Connecticut also sends students with special needs away from their local school districts to be educated at a higher rate than any other state in the nation. Without additional funding, districts cannot hire more teachers, retain needed staff, or adequately fund in-district support services. These bills establish dedicated special education funding that would help schools provide what the IDEA requires. Currently, the excess cost grant supplies the only funding specifically for special education, and it is severely limited. Only 1% of students with special needs qualify for this funding, although they make up 18.5% of Connecticut's public school population. Otherwise, special education is folded into the General Education Cost Sharing, or ECS, formula that funds public schools without any oversight to guarantee that districts spend special education dollars for their earmarked purpose. These bills will help ensure that funds to support students with special needs are used as intended. When special education is fully funded, ECS money becomes available for other public school programming and all students benefit. My colleague Drew Jones will shortly explain why we need to adjust the fiscal roadblocks to fully fund public education in Connecticut. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And is Stuart signed up to present after you? I don't have him on this list, Julia.
Yeah, it's Drew Jones, Drew, sorry. She's on the
Oh,
list. I think we were going to go back to back, but she's definitely on the list to testify.
Okay, wonderful. So why don't we just pull, so why don't we have Drew come on and then we'll go
Great.
back to Dr.
Thank you.
Thomas Dehaney.
I'm ready when you are. It's Tom Denning.
Okay, so we'll go in order then. We'll wait for Drew for that time. Were there any questions for the previous speaker? No. Okay, thank you. All right, so Dr. Dehaney, we will turn to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Dear legislators, as you consider voting on HB 7277 and Senate Bill 1561, here are a few points I hope you consider. ACES is a very large player in the work of educating students with special needs. We typically enrolled over 600 students in our full-time special education schools, and the students we enroll usually represent those with the greatest needs. We also enroll students in collaborative programs at West Haven, Ansonia, and soon, hopefully, a Housatonic Valley town like Seymour. Our students come from far and wide to our schools in Hamden, North Haven, and Northford. Some travel from as far away as Stamford and Old Saybrook, Hartford, East Hartford, and West Hartford. School districts and parents like what we provide, and we aim to keep it.
I think we lost Thomas there. I don't see. Okay, so Tom, is he still on? Okay, so we'll come back for when Thomas is back on. Just let us know, and we'll come back. So I see Drew here. So why don't we jump to Drew, and we'll put the two testimonies together, and then we'll come back to Thomas or go to the next person on the list. Drew, you're on mute.
Thank you. Members of the Select Committee on Special Education, the fiscal roadblocks are preventing the General Assembly from meeting its legal obligations to fund Connecticut's K-12 and higher education systems in three distinct ways. First, the fiscal roadblocks are making it difficult to fully fund the special education services that my colleague Julia Boland just testified about. Second, adjusting the fiscal roadblocks is also necessary to enable the General Assembly to fulfill its constitutional duty to fund K-12 public schools. The state constitution guarantees a free K-12 education, which the legislature must provide. The Connecticut Supreme Court has interpreted this to mean a minimally adequate public school system that gives students the opportunity to become, quote, responsible citizens, unquote, who attend college or enter the workforce. To meet this minimum standard, schools must offer adequate facilities, teachers, technology, and instructional resources. The Connecticut Constitution also requires that all students be provided a substantially equal educational opportunity. Unfortunately, K-12 public schools in Connecticut are falling short. Last month, students testified that their schools lacked heat in the winter, had moldy classrooms, and leaky ceilings that made science experiments unsafe. They see disparities in educational quality compared to peers in wealthier districts, and their classes aren't preparing them for college or careers. Third, The fiscal roadblocks are also preventing the General Assembly from meeting its state constitutional obligation to fund the state's public colleges and universities. The Connecticut Constitution requires that the General Assembly maintain a system of higher education, including the University of Connecticut, which shall be dedicated to excellence in higher education. The General Assembly must allocate additional funding to meet this constitutional mandate. Connecticut's higher education system is facing the loss of substantial federal funding, with pandemic-related grants expiring and further spending cuts anticipated. Connecticut for All supports these bills as a crucial step towards meeting the General Assembly's obligations for K-12 and higher education. But until the roadblocks are adjusted, the General Assembly will be unable to satisfy its educational obligations under the state constitution and federal law. Refusing to invest in students' futures not only undermines the General Assembly's ability to meet its legal obligation, it's also a fiscally irresponsible decision that undermines the state's long-term economic health. Underfunded K-12 schools leave students unprepared when they get to college, which requires funding remedial programs to get students back on track. This problem could be solved by an earlier investment in educating students who will one day form the state's workforce. That investment requires adjusting the roadblocks. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just a note from our clerk. Thank you. Make sure that you accept the link to be promoted to panelist when you're called to speak. So that's how you'll be able to get into the Zoom room. Okay, and so do we see Thomas back on? No. All right. So we'll go to our next speaker, and that is Meg Scotta. We see Meg Scotta on. No. Jennifer Bernheim? Nope. Aileen Berrios?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the community letting us join. We were there in person earlier today, but we did have to step away. Just like many other parents and advocates and lawyers have came here to also oppose to Bill 7277. As parents, we feel strongly opposing on the bill. Similarly to what Edelbrook and senators, lawyers, as well as state advocates had valid points on the bill, especially Senator Jamie Foster and Emily Nova. We can speak as parents on trying to navigate through the barriers that districts have put in place for parents that do want to advocate for their child. We have a dyslexic child who we've been advocating since the second grade, and he is now in 8th grade, and now we're in the lawyer stage. It shouldn't have to be this difficult to provide our children the proper educational resources and tools so that they can one day navigate themselves and be able to graduate from those programs. With that being said, as parents, we were never provided weekly monitoring goals or any type of substantial information on what testing and what was provided to our child until we got an advocate involved. So this is real. This is happening. So I can speak as a parent. So can my husband. We strongly felt that case shook, where she spoke around 7:11 p.m. today. We emphasize because we've gone through this. We're walking the steps as we speak. And how will the district be able to provide these types of services when right now they're not able to? They don't have this resources. And if they do, sometimes they don't want to provide these type of resources. Our child was declined a dyslexic program like an Orrin Gillingham because they didn't have the resources or they just didn't offer it at his school. Under IDA laws, under the free appropriate laws, that is his right. So we strongly do oppose on the bill. There has to be layers on how we can strongly advocate for our children. You know, there are going to be the next people taking your role, taking my role. And if we don't help them now, how will they be able to help themselves and their future families? So, you know, we do want to help our children, but sometimes the resources are just not there. And districts sometimes don't want to provide this as well. So it takes communities, it takes advocates, it takes parents, it takes teachers, it takes administrative staff to all come together and be able to build on this. IEPs, the language, if you don't work in this field, you don't know what type of language. It's like providing if I'm an accountant, I'm providing you some fiscal end of year information and you're not certified to do that stuff, you won't be able to understand it either. So like
Thank you, Aileen. You didn't hear the bell, but that was time. If you can wrap up your statement, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
yes. So we just come as parents, how we're going to be able to provide this type of high quality programs for our children if our districts are currently not able to, and our placement is not even anywhere accessible to our child right now. Like, we are in the lawyer stage at this moment. He's in 8th grade. We've been doing this for 6 years. It shouldn't have to take 6 years. It should not. Earlier intervention should be detected when the parent feels it. And we have been advocating for our child since 2nd grade, stating there's something wrong, literacy is not there, reading comprehension is not there, math comprehension is not there. There is something that is not working. And here we are.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for joining us so late into the night and providing that testimony. I don't see questions for Kenny. Thank you very much. For people on Zoom, just so you know, there'll be a bell. You may or may not be able to hear it, but the clerk will come on, or one of the chairs will come on and let you know that you've spoken for 3 minutes. And then if you can wrap up your sentence or your thoughts, that would be great. And I see that we have Thomas back on. So Dr. Denis. It's still muted. I don't know if you're able to unmute that. Thomas, we've seen you joined again, but we can't hear. It's currently can't see the screen and it's muted. Just give you another minute to see if you can unmute. All right, we'll come back again. So let's okay. So our next speaker, Rodney Powell.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me time to testify. My name is Rodney Powell. I am a veteran principal currently working in a therapeutics public school in East Hartford. Grew up in Connecticut, have started schools and run schools in both Baltimore, Maryland, and Connecticut, Hartford, East Hartford, and Danbury. Special educator my entire career, 26 years, 22 of those being an administrator. I have run therapeutic day schools, non-public, community-based organizations providing special education services through contracts with local entities, as well as in public schools. And 100%, by and large, the most under-resourced schools have been the public schools. And looking at this bill, one of the things I'm relieved to see is that there's a call to stop additional non-public or private entities from forming in Connecticut. I think that's important to stop the bleeding and to stop the situation that I just described where public schools are under-resourced. If you're a homeowner and you have a problem in your house, and there are many problems in education, I'm comparing the two. If you have a problem in your house, it's a leaky roof or a broken pipe or a busted water heater. You don't move out of the house. You don't make everybody move out of the house. If you run out of food, you don't make everybody run out of the house and start using resources elsewhere. And I think that's what happens to public education and what's happened to special education, especially. The schools are under-resourced. We have a vicious cycle going on where schools are driven by compliance and not innovative instruction. The reason I got into special education is because of the opportunities for innovative instruction and to fill a big old tool bag that will serve students in any way, by any means necessary. At this point, with the workload, with the lack of teachers, with the lack of funding, with CT SEDS being such a burden, we have a situation where we're losing teachers, as everyone knows, which causes more stress in the classroom. The demands on compliance work goes up, which doesn't make sense if instruction isn't driving that.
Time is up. Please summarize.
At the end of the day, looking at this bill, I'm in full support. Only change produces change. And the only way to move forward is through bold action. Admiring the problem and shifting the shells around, shifting the blame, and avoiding avoiding the hard work that sometimes is uncomfortable is not the way to go. That's how we get into the situation that we're in. I think our students, especially those students receiving special education services, deserve more. I do recognize all of the stories, and I validate all of the stories of families who have had difficulties in public education with special education. But I don't think that means we continue to abandon our responsibility in-house in public education. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for providing that testimony, especially given your vast experience in across special education. And thank you for hanging on with us this
Thank
late.
you.
All right. I think we have a couple speakers in person, so we're going to go to Shante Brody. And then after that, Lon Seiben. So Shante.
Thank you. Honorable members of this committee. Pleasure to be here to talk to you about a important subject, but a hard one for some at some point in time. So I'm Shante Brody. I am a Hartford Board of Education member. I'm also a parent, Hartford Public Schools, and I support the bills presented. Families are definitely looking to have the opportunity to, for the most part, be in their districts and their schools. We want them in our districts. We want them in our schools. We want to be able to afford it. We want to be able to hire qualified staff and be able to fund that. We do not have the capacity to do so. We have quite a number of children that are that we pay, tuition for. We have also a few hundred kids that we pay private tuition for. Private tuition that we have used a large part of our budget to try to maintain It has been difficult to do so, partly because we don't know how to plan for it most times. It can increase, it varies by provider, and it's just not the tuition cost, is also the transportation that goes along with it. We understand that outplacements, we're not saying they need to be eliminated. We're just saying they need to be regulated in some kind of way that makes sense, not just for Hartford, but basically for the entire state. So in Hartford, we have a large special education tuition cost. So overall, we pay 86.8 million in special education tuition. Of that, 36 million is for outplacements. And if you compare that with 17 million for outplaced transportation costs. So we are desperately supporting, desperately needing help to somehow combat this. So that is all I have for this evening. I'm sorry, it's been a very long day. We had a, we're having a new superintendent, so we had a town hall trying to deal with that, but I thought that this was absolutely important enough to come back here to speak to you all and share a few words.
Well, say thank you so much for doing that. It's late in the evening. I appreciate that. And there's a question from representatives.
Hi, thank you for coming and
Hello.
staying. Y'all had a lot of people come and testify from your Board of Ed. You had, I tried to write down your numbers. So what is the total? It's 139.8 million total, I think, between your 86.8 million for special ed tuition, 36 million for outplacement, and 17 for transportation. Is that what you said?
Yes, so 86.8 million is what we pay for all of our students that we pay special education tuition for.
You're correct.
Yes.
Right. And on top of that is outplacement and transportation.
Within that is
within it.
Within
So
it is the 36 million.
86.8 million.
Yes.
Okay.
For but the transportation is not included in that number.
Got it.
So 86.8 million for tuition costs altogether. Of that 86.8, 36 million is for outplacement separately. Our special education transportation costs as a whole is 23.5. And of that 23.5, 17 million is just for outplacement.
Got it. Thank you. And what's your total budget for education?
Let me look that up. Because the 86.8 million, these are my notes that I, out of the 86.8, 18% of the, so 86.8 million is 18% of our total. The 23.5% that we pay in all transportation is 5% of our total.
So special ed takes up about 20-something% of your total. I guess that's just what I'm trying to find out. Like, because y'all have so many students and what's the price per student? I'm just curious just for Hartford.
I can get you that number.
Okay, that's fine.
No
I won't
problem.
take up everybody's time.
But it's definitely,
do y'all do any in district?
yes, we do.
Yeah, you do. Okay.
Yeah. So we, in our special education, and that's why when I mentioned the 86.8 is because we're not just paying tuition for outplacements. We pay other tuitions also. But there is a huge a huge number, because we just don't have the capacity. And through this bill, that's what we're doing, trying to build the capacity to be able to do more in-house. We do not have
The capacity
to
do
do
that.
it right
Okay.
now. So that's
All right.
probably what we're really, really excited about, is that part, being able to service our own students.
Right. Thank you. I asked the mayor a little bit when he was here earlier, and administrative cost and all, but he didn't really say what it was.
I could definitely get you those numbers.
That would be great.
I
If
just
you could-
pulled
if you
out,
send it to the clerk.
yes, I would.
With all those numbers, I would just be interested to see.
Will do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. All right, I think we said Lon. No, you're in person, then we'll go back to people online.
Good evening. I've been watching you all on YouTube all day, and I figured I'd come up and see you all in person. I appreciate, first of all, thank you all for spending as much time as you have today on this topic. It's very important to school districts, and I greatly appreciate your service. So my name is Lon Seiben. I'm the chair of the Essex Board of Education. I'm a member of the Region 4 Board of Education, and I'm the VP of Government Relations for CABE. So I wear a bunch of hats, but I wanted to come up today and just give you some ideas based on some of the testimony that I heard earlier today, but also refer you to some of the written testimony that CABE has submitted as well. 3 key points I want to talk about. One is burden of proof. There was a lot of testimony today for and against, but I feel the way it's written, it's very helpful to school districts. One of the issues we run into on local boards like mine, I have a very small elementary board that I sit on. I get a call from the superintendent. It usually begins with, "Are you sitting down?" Because these are those mid-year special education outplacement discussions. Many times we choose to just spend the money and outplace rather than go through the process because of the burden of proof, the cost of litigation. IDEA actually has a provision where the school district has to pay for the plaintiff's attorneys if they happen to lose on any of the charges that get brought up. So there's a lot that the district is up against, especially when it's an adversarial process. So I think by, at least on the unilateral placements, this is really helpful. I think it will create an opportunity to try to do some more collaboration. That's what we try to do in my district every single day, and we do it quite well. But that for sure is a welcome improvement. This is something that New York is doing already. I know Rep. Khan, when she came to our hearing or our CABE get together, we gave her an earful on it. But it was great to see that this is in the legislation, and I do think it will be helpful. Happy to talk more about that. Next is I think we need to really build up our public capacity. And one of the things that was really good to hear today from 2 different people testifying was the issue of space standards as it relates to school construction. So give you a great example. Some of you may have heard me talk about this already on the Education Committee, but we had a building that we had to close for mold. We had to do a quick project to get it all put back together. Because we didn't have the right number of students in the building, our architect suggested that in order to get this building reopened, that we bulldoze about half of it down to meet the space standards. We would have been reimbursed for the bulldozing, but initially not necessarily for the reconstruction of the building that was perfectly fine and suitable. What we have across the state are urban districts with large populations bordering suburban towns that have declining enrollment. There's a great opportunity here to build up regional special education programs that are not very far from the homeschool, where you have the least restrictive environment that I think could be really helpful. And if we look at these space standards, I think that would be really important. One thing to note is you will hear people say there are waivers for space standards. There are, but you're not eligible to get the confirmation of that space standard waiver until your referendum passes. So you're asking taxpayers to approve a construction project without knowing whether or not they're going to get the reimbursement. So I think some help there might be useful. Last thing is on cost controls. I'm a little nervous about putting price controls out into this world before we know what the market is for a lot of these services. We really don't have a good handle of what things cost. As a Board of Education member, special education is probably the most opaque area of our budget. Especially in small districts like mine, because you might be able to identify a student just based on one single expenditure that might hit your budget for 1 or 2%.
Time is up. Please summarize.
Sure. So in short, I think we should look at procurement processes that work quite well on the school construction side as perhaps an example. DAS does this. They have people go out and bid on specific services, and you develop a good sense of the market that way. But also probably more stringent auditing to make sure that these out-of-district providers are spending money on students and not on administrative costs and other things. And I'll take any questions.
Go ahead, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question, I promise. Thank you for coming.
Pleasure to
and
be here.
being
Thanks for
with-
being here so late.
with us tonight. There's a part of the bill that puts a moratorium on new outplacement. And I just wanted your thoughts on that, because to me, that will kind of get costs down. Competition, right?
Mhm.
I think will help the cost. And so people will choose on their own. Just wanted your thoughts on that.
I think it depends on the service that's being provided. This is one area that's difficult. You know, I think about when I brought up the DAS example, my district had a athletic field project to do. So the state had negotiated a contract for what stuff costs per cubic yard. Everything is very similar, one district to the next, with some design work in between. In special education, it's very different. You have very specific needs that a student might have. So to limit things a little bit with a moratorium, it might work in an area where there's a better potential for a market. But if there's a student with a specific need that can only go to one place, you have kind of a sole source situation there, and that might be a little bit different. I really think that if we do some due diligence to figure out what the market really is, what the costs are, if we can figure out a way with some of these maybe nonprofit providers to figure out what the root cost might be. We do have some overlap where public school districts are doing things that providers are also doing. And I think the public school district might give you a better sense as to what the true cost of some of these projects might be. But that seems to be, I think, the big question that I've been hearing all day. Nobody really knows what the market should be for any of these services. And a lot of other states are a bit ahead of us on that. So I think that might be helpful to look at.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Madam Chair.
We just had one question about the unilateral placements and the due process proceedings. Can you give me a sense of what percentage of students would be categorized as unilateral placements? Because I haven't gotten an answer to that. Is it
So
my
I don't.
understanding is a small fraction of the students?
I don't know the number statewide. We have to guard my own district's information like military secrets, so I'm not at liberty to say. I can't tell you because it would identify a number of students if I were to give the number. So it doesn't happen often in my district. It does happen more often in other districts. And I think it really comes down to the relationship between the district and the parents. But it does happen enough. And again, I don't think you should focus specifically on the number of actual unilateral placements. I think what happens is that many districts look at the potential for future litigation and decide to just do something different, maybe not the best thing for the student, and they might outplace, maybe it's an agreed upon solution, but it may not be the best solution, but they're doing it because they know they can't win if it goes further.
No, I understand, but the burden is shifting only for the unilateral placement.
Right.
So I just want to get a sense of how many that is, because
Yeah.
my understanding is fairly narrow.
It is narrow.
A narrow number of the overall.
Yeah, it is in my district, but again, I can tell you from past experience that we have made decisions based on fear of it going further. And I think that's a much more prevalent number than the number of actual unilateral outplacements.
Yeah. Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here this evening and, providing testimony. When we talk about Essex, which is the district that you're talking about, I'm thinking about unilateral placements and maybe your district, which will have more resources than some of the other ones, would be concerned about the suit because maybe the parents would, excuse me, have a capacity to get a lawyer and sue. Whereas in other districts, that may not be the case. And the other thing is, in terms of making sure you're providing the access to special education is probably something that is not frowned upon in your district as well. Whereas we've heard testimony today that in some of the schools, because of the resources that aren't available, that teachers are put on the spot not to discuss the needs of the child with the administration, even at the PPT. So I'm just wondering, what your system is like in Essex.
Yeah, well, it's actually a little more complicated because, so case in point, Essex, when we have our budget votes, especially for our regional school district, typically my town is supporting those budgets with a 75 to 80% margin, which is substantial. The town is very supportive of education. But my town also has around an 18 mill rate. Our neighboring community who we're partnering in with for our regional school district is Deep River. Their mill rate is hovering close to 33. With similar home values. So the impact of special education and general education is very different in that neighboring town who we share schools with. So it is impacting our partner towns significantly. They've been hit with larger special education costs over the last couple of years than we have in individual cases. So it is a bit complicated and complex in a regional school district, especially a partially regionalized one like mine. I do think from the standpoint of advocacy, there was a lot of discussion about building up that ombudsperson so that people can be educated going into this process as to how to advocate, because I do see that as an issue. I had done some work prior in some research about especially folks who don't have a good command of the English language who haven't been able to advocate for their kids. And I think that might be an area where we can provide some additional support. And of course, there are advocates available too, but those tend to cost money. So it's complicated.
Certainly. One follow-up question, since you mentioned parents that have a home language that isn't English. One of the things that I've noticed in my district, because we have, I think, the highest percentage of students with a home language that isn't English, that processing time when they're taking an examination, for example, is different because they process in both languages. And I don't think we've made the proper accommodations for that. And in some circumstances, maybe even think that they might have a processing issue as opposed to just processing two languages at the same time to answer the questions. And I didn't know if your district had made accommodations in those regards.
Yeah, we do have a growing number of English language learners and parents who don't speak English, and we've been making accommodations, sometimes having to get a translator to come in. Mostly it's been Spanish in our district, so we've been able to find people that can help us with that. But there is an engagement challenge, even just for social events with parents of the PTO. So there's definitely some work to be done there to help bring more parents into the fold. And it does put some kids at a disadvantage because their parents don't know how to advocate. Maybe they're coming from a culture where they don't challenge authority. So those are all things that I think should be considered as part of this. Absolutely.
Have you looked at the testing differences, if there are any, with the students that have a home language that isn't English?
I think in my district, the numbers might be so low, we may not get down to that level. But kids generally are doing pretty well in our district. We're trying really hard.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And then we have Lindseay Dollr also here in person.
Good evening. First and foremost, I'd like to applaud the committee for your commitment to special education and for taking on a monumental task with this committee. Listening today has been insightful and allowed me to reflect on a lot of aspects of education. My name is Lindseay Dollr, and I'm currently serve as chair of Region 13 Board of Education. I also sit on CABE's Board of Directors. I serve as state relations chair for CABE, and I'm a member of the ACES governing board. Personally, I am also a mom of a child with a significant learning disability. What I've noticed today is a committee that is listening to a lot of the very real complicated issues surrounding special education, as well as some of the tough emotional stories from families, teachers, and advocates. I believe if we all work together, we can find solutions that meet the needs of all students in the state while identifying ways districts can budget and operate without the increasing tax burdens we are experiencing each year in our towns that have very little commercial tax base. In our small rural towns of Durham and Middlefield, RSD 13 serves 1,300 students, and of those, we have approximately 22% with IEPs, with even more needing 504 accommodations. My work with both CABE and ACES has given me a broad perspective to the unique needs of districts across the state. One consistent takeaway is that the solutions designed for large urban districts often don't translate well to small rural districts. And in many cases, they create added burdens for local boards and taxpayers. While I support many of the ideas of this bill, I also have several concerns. What I think you guys got right, lowering the excess cost grant threshold from 4.5 to 3 is a positive step, but districts need this grant to be fully funded every year to really make a difference. Creating new grants for special ed programming, transportation, and school construction helps close the funding gaps for special education, and that is welcomed. Distributing the excess cost grant throughout the school year for October, January, and April helps districts with budget planning and cash flow. Establishing the $50 million SPED transportation grant is helpful as long as the funding goes directly to districts and not centralized systems. Offering competitive grants for in-house SPED programs is a great idea, especially if the process is fair and responsive to districts. Increasing the reimbursement rate for SPED-related projects is a meaningful incentive. Where I have concerns are, I urge you all to pair these well-intentioned proposals with sustainable committed funding. Unfunded mandates disproportionately hurt rural districts like RSD 13, where we lack the commercial tax base to absorb new costs. Requiring OPM to review every outplacement contract seems inefficient. A better solution would be random audits with penalties for non-compliance. And shifting the burdens in due process hearings entirely onto parents is deeply problematic. Many families lack the resources and legal knowledge to navigate these systems. Instead of continuing an adversarial approach, I suggest moving towards a more neutral approach. That's what's best for every student. And requiring even more full-time instructional support staff may be feasible for larger districts, but it's unrealistic for smaller districts, unless the state can guarantee the long-term reliable funding to support it. You know, a lot of this comes down to money, and we all hate it because it's the elephant in the room constantly. But if the districts can get the support we need in funding, it's going to be easier and more helpful for us, for our students, and also to support the bills that you guys have out. So with that, I'll take any questions if I can answer them.
I just want to thank you first for your testimony, and I appreciate you really have been listening all day, because there are so many different stakeholders that we're trying to pull all of that together while keeping our focus on providing the education that every student deserves, but figuring out a way that these costs are sustainable and that we are being good stewards of those dollars, so that there's oversight and accountability. And that requires some maneuvering because of the complexities, as you noted. So I just appreciate you saying that, because it's a long day of testimony and sometimes it's all or nothing. And I really appreciate that there's so much complexity here that we're trying to find the right balance. So thank you so much for that. And let me see if there are any questions.
It's hard for each and every one of you to sit here and try to think of every district, from alliance districts down to cities to towns. You have to find ways that fit all of our districts, and it feels nearly impossible, I'm sure. I think if we work hard and we really have a thoughtful approach to it, we can find ways.
Thank you so much. And we need that at 10 o'clock at night too. So thank you for your positivity and optimism. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
All right. So I think we're going to shift back now. Yes, we're going to shift back to the remote. Oh, yeah. Yep.
All right, we're going to go to number 60, Estrada Perez, and then after that, I know I see Leslie Blateau, so we'll move back and then move back after Krista.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the Special Education Committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Beautiful. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. I know it has been a long day. I was in person with you all earlier and had to leave, but I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate all the wisdom that has been shared in the room. My name is Estrada Perez, and I serve on the Hartford Board of Education. I am here today to testify in support of House Bill 7277, which addresses longstanding and systemic problems in how special education is funded, tracked, and delivered in Connecticut. I want to speak specifically to Section 1, although there's a lot of other things that I want to talk about. I want to speak specifically to Section 1, the review of the excess cost grant formula, because for districts like Hartford, it is not just important, it's urgent. In one of the richest states in the nation, we have the money to provide everyone with an equitable education. Unfortunately, as a city, we have a system that has defunded our schools, that has flat funded us after 10 years, has flat funded our schools. We have increased cost, but without no added funding. As a city, we are doing everything we can to support students with disabilities, but we are doing it inside a system that was never built for equity. We serve one of the highest needs student populations in the state, with 33% of total revenue going to the total cost of special education, in a school system that after 10 years of flat funding and increased costs, really has just led to defunding. Many of our students require intensive specialized services, and we honor that. But under the current excessive cost grant formula, Hartford is consistently under-reimbursed and left to fill the gaps with local dollars that we do not have. Wealthy districts can absorb special education costs through their tax base, and Hartford can't. And because the ECS Foundation amount hasn't been adjusted for inflation in more than a decade, the gap only grows wider every year. In Connecticut, we have created a two-tiered system of education for those who are wealthy and affluent, and those who make up the working class communities in the state. The excess cost grant is supposed to help districts cover high-cost IEPs, and it's based on the same outdated figure. So we are expected to provide 2025 level services with 2013 level of support, and we're forced to stretch limited local resources to make up the difference. That is not sustainable. And when these gaps most affect Black, Brown, multilingual, disabled, and low-income students, that is not just a budget issue, it is what systemic injustice looks like in practice. Section 1 of HB 722 asks for a full review of the excess cost grant formula. That's long overdue. If we are serious in the state about equity, we must stop punishing districts like Hartford for doing what we are legally and morally obliged to do, which is support every student regardless of need. This bill is not going to solve our problems, but it is a powerful step towards a more equitable education system. And it lays the groundwork for long-term change that we desperately need to think about and have. I urge you not to just think about the bill and think about the processes, but to fully fund the ECS formula in a way that benefits not just Hartford, but all of the other communities that we know are in great need of this resource. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for providing testimony. All right, Leslie Blateau, and then I don't know who the next speaker is, but okay. Okay. Go ahead, Leslie.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the hours that you've been putting into this. I was with you at the start of the morning today. I'm testifying from home now. Hope you can all get to your home soon. I'm Leslie Blateau, a New Haven resident, New Haven Public School parent, president of New Haven Federation of Teachers. I'm also with AFT Connecticut and Connecticut for All. Here to talk about House Bill 7277. So the more that we listen to special ed professionals working in our schools, the more we know that we really need to both protect and support and transform our special ed services in the state. We know we're facing a statewide shortage in special ed, and we know our districts, as we've heard throughout the day here, are continually being asked to do more with less. So, one thing is clear: we have to forge a path where we're prioritizing the learning needs of all of our students in this state. We also have to acknowledge the reality that special ed, much like urban education, is underfunded in this state. And if we want to meet our obligations to students with disabilities and their families, we need direct investment. So that means we have to adjust the fiscal guardrails. We have to shift towards a progressive tax structure. This is the sustainable path that we know we can take in Connecticut to ensure our students have what they need. And I also want to highlight the ways that House Bill 7277 responds to some of the challenges that we know we are facing when we listen to our special educators. So first, it establishes that standardized rate system for private providers. Without necessary public oversight, we know what happens to these rates. They increase at high rates, much to the financial struggle of the sending districts. Also want to highlight that rate setting isn't a new idea. It's standard practice for publicly funded sectors, Medicaid, Care for Kids. And I think this idea of promoting transparency and accountability should be something that should be welcomed by our elected officials. And it shouldn't be seen as an anomaly or as a problem or as an attack on the services. It's prioritizing the transparency and accountability that we know we need. Also, we know we want to provide more in-district services because this helps us to comply with the federal IDEA requirements, which means that students are learning in their least restrictive environment. It's good for students, it's good for our communities, it's good for the educators I represent, whose one of their key goals is to make sure that we're strengthening the collaborative relationship between educators, parents, and caregivers. We also know this bill is one step. We've heard a lot of concerns, so we know there's going to be more work to be done. And we all have to come together to advocate for a 50% weight for students with special education needs to be built into the educational cost sharing formula. State of Connecticut can afford this. And we know, given the attacks that we're seeing on by the federal government, the state has to step up. If you ask special... I will wrap up. If you ask folks, special educators, parents, other working people, we know the emergency is with us right now. We don't have to wait anymore for an emergency. We know that without state support, districts like mine are already collapsing vacancies, which means that's going to be higher caseloads, higher class sizes, less access to electives and after-school programs, which hurts our students with special education needs because we know they benefit from that individualized attention and access to experiential learning. We also know we still have to address the caseloads issue because the burnout and depletion of special educators and related service providers continues to skyrocket. We can't keep up without relief. So, hoping that some path forward will provide both the financial and the systemic and structural relief that we know students, educators, parents are seeking. Thank you for the time and attention that you've put into this and for the constant balancing act that you're prioritizing to meet the needs of so many people in this state. But I'll end here. We know that race, class are an issue that divides us here in this state, that we know there are two Connecticut's, and I don't want to see the two Connecticut's played out again when it comes to special ed. So really hopeful for finding the funding and finding the support that will benefit so many. Thank you for all you do and for the time. I'll answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. I don't think we have any questions, but thank you so much for staying on. All right, next we have number 63, Zoe Homov, and then after that, 64, Kelly Rali.
Hello, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Okay, excellent. Greetings, everybody. I am testifying in support of House Bill 7277, the act concerning the provision of special education in Connecticut. I am a school psychologist at the Clinton Avenue School in New Haven, Connecticut, and I am also a member of the New Haven Federation for Teachers. I appreciate that this bill has brought up concerns for parents who are advocating for their children. Today, however, I implore you to think of the children whose parents cannot advocate for them in the same way, be it a language barrier, a time barrier, or not having the bandwidth, or not having the knowledge, or any of the above. Not every special education student has a parent who can look for their child to be outplaced, or even know to look for their child to be outplaced, or need for their child to be outplaced. And in New Haven, we know that some of our students may need outplacements, even with the increased ability to support students in our district if we were given this additional funding. However, our district simply doesn't have the budget needed to even get those students into those schools in a timely manner. And so that's one of the many reasons why districts like New Haven could really benefit from the funding from this bill. In New Haven, we have 6 vacant school psychologist positions district-wide. And this has created a vicious cycle. So the more dire conditions have become, the more people want and need to leave, making the conditions all the more dire for those who stay. And to break this cycle, we need increased funding and incentives to retain staff members. People need to be able to work in sustainable conditions, including the special education staff, to avoid burnout and to make proactive changes for our students rather than reactively putting out fires each day. We're not only struggling to find new staff members to fill vacancies, but now we're having teachers, including paraeducators, leaving mid-year. They are burnt out and not able to be compensated fairly. And one paraeducator told me that she makes more at her retail job than when she's working as a paraeducator. So why should she be subjecting herself to this level of stress? And the sad part for me was that I didn't feel like I had an answer to that question. And I love what I do. I love what I do with all my heart. And I know that I cannot continue to do what I love if the conditions continue to be abysmal in New Haven and in many of the same cities. Thank you so much for your time. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Kelly Renali, and then after that, number 66, Karen Simon.
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Hi. So I'm a mom of a son who is outplaced. And I have been with you all day. So even though I'm not there in person, doesn't mean that I haven't been paying attention or have been having a leisurely afternoon. But I really feel that all of the focus of this is on bringing money into the districts, which is great, but many districts can't accommodate the needs of our children. My district does not have the money that is required to build a special ed system that can support my son. And like other cities, I'm not in a city, I'm in a rural area, but like other cities, the resources aren't there either financially or staff wise or infrastructure wise. And quite frankly, the public school system failed my son. They decided to outplace him, which was probably the best thing that could have happened. And for him to lose that position because of a cap or because they want to bring kids back to the district to get added money would be a huge detriment to him. He was quite traumatized prior to going. We were traumatized prior to going. It took a lot of our assets and a lot of our bandwidth and all of those things that we've heard about to get to this point where we are somewhat functioning. And I feel like a lot of this conversation can be avoided because I feel like there should be checks and balances and their schools should be state approved, but I don't feel like we're at a place where we can appropriately come up with a cap system for what services cost because each child's needs are different. And on the outside, my son looks pretty normal, but he is one of those behavioral kids who requires a lot of support. He was 2-to-1 in the public school system and is now 1-to-1 with other peers where he was completely secluded before. So to the thought of potentially changing his place or losing his place in an outplacement setting to bring children back to the district when they're not qualified to care for him and they have said they're out of tools to help him is doing a huge disservice to him and a really scary thought. I think that this bill needs some work, but I think there are some good qualities about it. I think there's a good like the fee structure for services is a good idea. And I also liked the idea of schools needing to be approved by the state and being investigated by the state because as we know, things can go awry and there could be some bad pennies, but that doesn't mean all of the schools are bad. And I think that there should be focus on how public school systems, special education systems are run because quite frankly, I agree with some of the other parents that there's retaliation and bullying present. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for staying on and providing testimony. And I just quickly want to clarify, I know you said that you've been on, but specifically nothing in this bill would shut down any programs. So I know that that's something that you express concern about, but if there's something specific that you feel that would do that, if you could send that in written testimony, we would take a look. Thank you.
Well, I feel like the idea is that if there were caps, then there might not be funding for my son to go to his school.
So there's no caps. What it's doing is
Yeah, I heard that earlier, but initially, like when I read the bill, that was a concern, and I know others have that concern as well.
Yep. Yeah. So, well, so I'm glad that, you heard some of what we have discussed today, but in any case, any further, kind of analysis on that, if you'd like to send over, we would absolutely be happy to take a look. But thank you for staying on. All right. Next we have number 66, Karen Simon, I think. Karen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
And then
Okay.
after Karen, I don't see 67. 67, John Casarino. So Karen and then John. Thank you. Go ahead, Karen.
All right, my name is Karen Simon. I've been an education advocate for 27 years. I'm also a parent. The parents I represent all 100% fully intended that their child go to their neighborhood school. I'm an inclusionist. I've always been an inclusionist. My son, who has multiple disabilities from ASD, ADHD, apraxia, you name it, he has it. He was able to go completely through school in regular ed in the classroom because of the services that my school district applied. But that was in 2000, and that program is not available anymore. So I advise my parents, we're going to stick it out. We're going to try to work with the school as much as we can. And for the most part, we've done that successfully over the years. But when we go to PPTs and we continue to hear how well the child is doing, that they're mastering all their goals and objectives, they have friends, they're included with typical peers, they're happy, yet they're failing on tests, their grades aren't going up. At every PPT, the parents report that they're not seeing the progress in the home, in the community, or family gatherings. Aggressive behaviors are increasing. They're becoming more alone, no longer playing with other kids, not wanting to go to school, not wanting to do any homework. And then when the parents end up having to call 211 or 911 more than once, that's the time when we have to make a decision. When it becomes a desperate situation for the family, I get the call and they ask for an outplacement. It is absolutely gut-wrenching for most parents. I stayed on the line since 11 o'clock because I was hearing, everybody in favor of this bill, and I'm horrified because I'm afraid that this bill will really hurt my parents and other parents. And one of the things I did want to ask is if you guys are going to look at fees for outplacements and fees for transportation, are you guys intending to look at lawyer fees for the school districts? Because they're huge and they're unending. And one particular agency that has done a masterful job of putting parents in their place now own half of Milford Center. They have so many buildings, and that's off the back of our kids. So I'm very upset about that. If you're going to look at anything, look and see how much the districts are paying for their lawyer fees to fight our kids, even when there's absolutely no viable reason to do so. That the parent has more evidence than you can count on to show that the school district has failed their kid, and they have tried. One of my family's twins, 4 years they've been trying. I know. I'm just upset because what I've been hearing all day long is how great this bill is, and I don't see it. And I am imploring the committee to really take a look at the fees that each school district is paying to fight our parents.
Thank you, Karen. I would just kind of echo some of the comments that have been had, but looking forward to, I'm not sure if you provided any written testimony, but if you can, and then we can definitely engage on kind of making sure that the bill is doing what it's intended to do in terms of providing equitable rate setting across the programs for equity on both parts. So not intended to do any sort of harm to current programs that are already existing, and not to limit programs for students.
I hear that that's the intention, but I'm not so sure that that's where it's going to end up. And the parents are terrified.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, number 67, we have John Casarino. And then after that, I think we have number 70, David Ishmael. John.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes. Good evening.
Okay, greetings. I'd like the committee to take a hard stop on the special education bill and review the data. Madam Khan, review Ms. Coditi from Adelbrook Behavior and Development comments and concerns about rising costs, since there was a large discrepancy between her costs and your rising costs. Mr. Feinstein mentioned to get to the issue, review the data from your school system. You have all the data, and stop letting students bring their cell phones into the classrooms. The mayor of Hartford brought up a black hole. I too agree that the Board of Education must be more transparent with their budgets with the taxpayers. Review successful adult special education people like Sam to see what worked for him and what not, and what did not work for him. In summary, it is important to review and analyze the data in order to be successful. So that is your first step, is understanding the support for this bill is to review the data. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Number 70, you're next, David Ishmael, and then after that, I think 71, we have Constanza Siggoia. David, I think you have to unmute. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Ishmael. I wanted to thank you all for allowing me to speak to all of you tonight. I'm here to speak on Senate Bill 1561 and House Bill 7277. My son has been a student at Oak Hill School for the past 5 years and has prospered with the support the school has provided. The private special education system in Connecticut has been a lifesaver to a father like me. Many nonprofits address gaps in services that are not met in the public sector. Private special education organizations meet the needs of our most vulnerable kids, like my son. I want to close by saying my son needs stability and daily support, which he gets hands down. He is a student of Oak Hill and lives at one of their many professional group homes. Bringing in staff who do not know him, his daily needs will not help him. He has worked remarkably with the staff he knows and sees. This could be devastating in so many ways. He has a routine and knows the staff, and changing that could in fact change him and throw him off. All these people who work so hard for our loved ones should not be forgotten or become the last in line. Fairness is not picking and choosing. It's equal for all. Thank you for your time. And remember, this cannot be ignored now or moving into the future. And with my remaining time, now I'm going to speak to you as a father. Ford Public Schools failed my son. He was called retarded. Look at the kid who takes the school bus, the short bus. I've seen it. I've heard it. Okay. Now, I don't think there's a soul in this committee, in the private or the public sector, that will say, I want a stranger to babysit my kid, because I don't. Okay. I have seen the remarkability, and I've heard people kind of kicking the private sector to the curb. Guess what? We're all in this together, because it takes a village to raise a child. That's public, that's private. And if you think any way different, then you're saying you're above the rules, and you're not. This is about, my son graduates in June. I don't even have to be here. I could say I got what I wanted. But what about the kid that comes after my kid? Huh? He deserves it. And we should all be working together to make a balance. I'm opposing it because I've come to you folks before with my issues 6 times and the needle stays in neutral. But I'm a father. I raised a child who's went to a public school and did amazing. But then I had a child, listen, your child might prosper in a public school, and good for him. Might prosper in the private sector, good for him. We're all in the same ocean, but we're in a different boat. You can't buy candy with a one-sided coin. You cannot do it. We are begging. The public, they're begging, I'm begging. So I want to ask you, how am I supposed to trust you after 6 times being here, begging you, okay, begging you? I raised twins by myself with autism. And when I took them back to the guy who invented the word post-traumatic stress disorder, and one of the best developmental pediatricians on the planet. He looked at my son and said, well, David, to us, that's scientifically impossible. And I said, but love's not impossible. Who do we pick and choose that we love and care for? It's got to be united, and it's got to be fair. And it cannot be the public school kicking the private sector to the curb. That doesn't work because you need each other. And I think we can agree with that. We all need each other. But talking is not works. Works are proven. This is a theory. It's not a law. Let's not be scientific about the inevitable. The inevitable is we all need the help. And only you can give it to us. And it will be a reflection upon you what you decide is best for all of us. Thank you for your time. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, David. And I know that you joined us, I think, at our one of our listening sessions. So thank you for providing testimony. And like we've said, this is a draft that we've put before, and it'll continue to be a work in progress to ensure that it's promoting strong special education services throughout. But thank you for being here, and thank you for hanging on.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, number 71, Constanza, and then after that, I don't see 72. So Jennifer Haas will be after that, 73.
Thank you, Representative Khan, and thank you, members of the committee. I am testifying in support of HB 7277. I'm a parent of Hartford Public Schools. I live in Hartford. I am also part of the Fight for HPS Community Coalition, and I'm the aunt of 2 boys who are on the spectrum currently attending Bristol Public Schools. I want to make sure that we don't lose track of the importance of what you all and we all are doing here today and the impact that it can have on school children today. Our state government can play a critical role in providing quality public education to all kids, regardless of their ability. It is their human right to receive the best possible education in the least restrictive environment, and the state of Connecticut is currently not meeting that need, primarily because of our inequitable state, our inequitable education system, the way that racism and economic inequities impact every aspect of our lives, including the experiences of families and children with special education needs. I honestly don't expect this reality to be changed by private entities motivated by profit or folks who run nonprofits who are privately managed. Our locally governed public schools see the negative impact of these interventions. In Hartford, we see the negative impact because parents are being told that there's not enough staffing, no paraeducators, no special education teachers to support our students. So parents in our coalition have been told that they should probably look at schools in a suburban district or CREC if they want their kids who have an IEP to learn how to read. This is where we're at, right? So this is critical that we look at this bill and make it the best possible bill so that our kids can have access not only to quality academic achievement, but also recreation and joy, because every child needs that. And every moment we spend not taking action on this is depriving children in our state from joy. Harvard Public Schools pays tuition for every student who leaves a district to a choice school. So we need transparency and accountability in that system to ensure our kids with special needs are getting the best possible education, and that money is being utilized fairly by receiving districts, and they're not using our students, our Harvard kids, to balance their budget. Setting universal rates for these services is one way to ensure some accountability for the public, and it's also important for providers to be able to request increased spending when a student needs it, because we know that can happen, and to ensure that this process also involves parents and specialists and that is accessible to all involved. I think I have a lot more to say, and I'll submit my written testimony. But I just want to make another emphasis on in the value of in-district services. I think it's really good that we're incentivizing districts to keep services in-house or expand regionally with potential grants being available. And we should be really careful because of the federal funding cuts that we're being threatened with. We can't rely on new grants being the only source of improvement. So we must be intentional with the grants that are being currently spent, hold folks accountable for the services that they're providing, and consider bold fiscal policies like suspension of the guardrails, like revenue, new revenue policies, so that we can fund the education that our children need, including special education. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for staying on. So I do see Elisa, number 72.
Trachtenberg. Sorry, it's a long, awful name.
So go ahead, Elisa, and then Jessica, we're going to have you right after. Thanks.
All right. So thanks. Hopefully you won't be long here as long as the SJ35 went. In terms of solutions, because you said you were interested in solutions. One, I think getting rid of the phones is a good thing. Technology in the classroom. I've been a teacher for 25 years. I also have a child who has had some serious mental health issues for years. And so just a couple of things I want to go through is given the funding cuts and the deficits and the tariffs and everything, I think it's never going to be a win-win. I mean, the reality is there's just not enough money to go around. Things that could be helpful, the random audits that were discussed, some caps. There are some real life costs like increases in oil, or the tariffs I'm sure are going to increase school supplies, building materials, etc. Rep Johnson made the comment that the last thing parents want to sue. And I'd like to say to Rep Johnson, honestly, the last thing a parent wants to do is sue. Absolutely the last thing. It's expensive. It makes it confrontational with your school district. Not a good idea. We played it nice since the beginning. Took a long time. I know someone was saying, ooh, 9 months, that's so long. We waited 10 years till our kid got an outplacement. And it's a child who, since the beginning, all of the psychiatrists and outside people that the school has said this case is extremely complicated and it's difficult, yada, yada. And yet for years and years and years, we waited patiently. So one of the things, my child is now in a transition program, and it's not like you can just pick a transition program because there's really not a lot of them. And as you know, they're all pretty much full. But one of the things you could do is that my findings are that there's not really a lot of transition programs in the state of Connecticut for children with serious mental health issues, and who don't have behavior problems, and who are also not intellectually disabled. In fact, I called Laura Luna, who's the Associate Education Consultant for the Bureau of Special Ed in Connecticut, who confirmed that they really don't have any programs at all that are focused on people who do not have intellectual disabilities. One of the things I would propose is you look at one of the community colleges or the state universities, and you can take a program that already exists where they have housing and then add some teachers to it, and that'll probably reduce your costs. It could be like a center. You could maybe do one of them or two of them in the state, and then you could have students go there. So I think that would help reduce the cost, because that is one of the things I'm under the impression you're looking to do, is reduce the costs. And I think Southern would be ideal for that. They already have some good supports there. But when you look at, for my child who's in a school that is, my child's been outplaced for a while now, and the school may look like it's expensive, but when you do the calculation of the number of staff, the number of buildings, it's actually not as expensive as you might think. And when the district is looking right now, I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future, but it looks like she still needs services. But the reality is there's no real programs to step down to. We looked in Connecticut, and when you need mental health services, and you're at a very comprehensive program, going to something where they offer you a texting service for, if you need help is not appropriate. We looked at places outside of the state, and there's really nothing that we found that's the equivalent across the country. So anyway, there's a shortage of programs, no need to say that. But I think doing some regional efforts, like were discussed by a couple of the people, could be really good, where different towns could work together to have maybe different specialties. So maybe they have a basic kind of special ed in their town, and then maybe they can divide up who has the more specialized ones, and they could either be regionalized, or for things where maybe there's a lot of people but not as many, it could be a statewide thing.
Hi, Lisa. So
Using a facility they already have. And thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you for providing testimony. All right, I think we're gonna go to Jessica, who's number 73, and then after that, I have on here Sam Summers, but I don't see Sam, so give Sam a chance if Sam comes on. But Jessica, go ahead.
My name is Jessica Haas. I'm speaking as a concerned parent, but I do agree that the public education system is broken. My son has been in the public school system for 2 years and enrolled on his 3rd birthday. He is currently repeating the 3-year-old program again, and he's still not making enough improvements to stay in public education. My son has a great teacher, but public school is not for everyone. It's hard enough to get outplaced, and this bill sounds like it'll make it even harder. From what I understand, it strips powers from my PP team, who knows my child best. Children like mine also need breaks and access to sensory rooms. Outplacement is vital for children like mine, and we shouldn't have to fight for students to stay in public schools when it doesn't work for them. But the goal will always be to get him back to public education when he is ready. No child is the same, and profound autism needs to be talked about more. My child has profound autism, is nonverbal. He needs more services, and the public school system does not have enough resources for my child. Public schools are already short-staffed, and my child misses services that he is supposed to get. I tried to give special education another chance this year, but I was met with a school social worker from Pagels Elementary School in West Haven, telling me to do better as a parent when I have medical documentation for his absences due to self-injury like headbanging. It was hurtful as I go above and beyond to advocate. We need public school social workers to be retrained. Please take this into consideration. Social workers play a vital role. What are we going to do about attendance issues, like kids like mine, when I'm keeping him home safe? All his absences are documented. Why am I getting phone calls from outreach workers when all I do is advocate for my son? Why do I have to fight for my sons to walk in the Halloween parade? What about inclusion in public school settings? Why am I fighting for basic rights? I have learned that if I advocate for one child, I am advocating for all. This bill will make it harder for children with disabilities to get education they need and deserve. My son has an important meeting this May, and this decision cannot hurt only him, but other children and families across Connecticut. It tells parents to lawyer up instead of letting us collaborate with our schools. And while that legal battle drags on, our children are left to suffer in placements that are not safe, not appropriate, and not effective. This bill feels like a cost-cutting measure designed as reform, but our children are not line items. They are human beings with complex needs and endless potential, if only given the chance. Approved schools will have their tuition capped. If these schools can't afford to keep helping our kids, they might stop being approved. That means kids could lose their placements and not have anywhere to go. What then? Please do not pass this bill. Our kids need more support, not more barriers. They deserve fair access to education without battles and extra red tape. I am exhausted. We should not have to fight for what is right over and over again. Please hear us. Our kids cannot afford the price.
Thank you. See no questions. All right.
If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I think we have no questions at the moment, but thank you for providing testimony. All right. I have number 74, Sam Summers. I don't see Sam online. 75, Daniel French. 76, Kit Savage. 77, I see Wendy Merrick. Go ahead, Wendy.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Hello, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Wendy Merrick. I'm from Meriden. I'm the mom of 2 boys with autism and special ed services receiving out-of-district placement. I'm a registered nurse with a healthcare background spanning 30 years. I've worked in our city schools with kids with disabilities. As a nurse, I understand firsthand increasing professional demands with less resources, as nursing continues to be one of the most critically understaffed professions nationwide. So I can empathize with staffing and resource challenges. I would have loved nothing more for my boys to be accepted, supported, and successful in their home school. I heard someone say earlier that if you have a leaky water heater, you don't move out of the house. What does that have to do with our children? As a parent, you do whatever it takes for your kids. You try everything, and if it leaks and it calls for moving, then yes, you move. Prior to being outplaced, my boys suffered for years academically, emotionally, and socially, even with special ed support in IEPs and public schools, where they were bullied relentlessly and not accepted by their peers and were several grade levels behind. One son could not regulate emotionally in the large, high-volume public school environment, even with special education support and an IEP. In grade school, he was routinely left in the corner to self-regulate, nearly impossible for an autistic child to do. He would cry alone for 30 minutes at a time in the corner of the classroom until we would finally be called to get him. Our other son, while attending public school, was bullied by students as well as 2 adults on his bus, the driver and the monitor. Yes, adults, which was substantiated via video monitoring and escalated to our local police department. These experiences traumatized our boys and us and led to significant school avoidance and severely blocked any potential for learning. Further, the school was not able to protect them, so they were not learning and they were not safe. To quote my youngest son, he said, "I would love to just be able to go to school and learn and not have to defend myself." Imagine just being able to go to school and get an education. In response to comments made earlier today, it is not true that out-of-district schools do not promote peer or social relationships like public schools can. That logic shows a lack of understanding about autism, which is not one size fits all. My boys did not have friends in public schools as they were not accepted there. Some students have needs beyond what public schools can provide. We heard earlier from the mother of one of their classmates about how life-saving her son's current school has been. That school is Ben Haven. It is also our boys' current nonprofit special ed school, too. Ben Haven provides the supports and the environment our sons needed and craved. Our boys are finally accepted among peers, have friends, good grades, and are on the path to post-secondary education and success in adulthood. I am in strong opposition to Bills 7277 and 1561 and have grave concerns about the proposed bills as follows. Leaving tuition caps up to OPM without knowledge of expenses would potentially cut SPED services or close private SPED schools. Creating a rate-setting system and rewriting current special ed due process is an attack on the rights of students with disabilities. Parents are their children's fiercest advocates and must be included in these processes and seen as allies, not enemies. Lastly, in closing, when I told my boys I was speaking on their behalf today, one of my sons asked me to share with you all that he loves his school and has friends now. My boys, once troubled by bullying and school avoidance, are now thriving and have hope for their futures. Ben Haven has been life-saving for our children and our family. Ben Haven works. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. And thank you for sticking with us. All right. Number 79, DeAndre Brown, and then number 80, Sherry Saccarillo. I know I see DeAndre. There we go.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, thank you guys for being here. I wish I could be in person, but I'm on a bracelet, sadly. But yeah, to start off, my name's DeAndre Grim D. Brown. I'm executive director of Evolve Love and Fallen Angels Music, an affiliate of Stop Solitary and Beyond May 6. I want to start off by saying kids deserve to stay in the district. And also the education system is kind of in need of a whole rewire, just for the fact of how it's very symbolic to the point where it almost prepares kids to go to prison. I feel like that's one thing a lot of people like to talk about.
DeAndre, you're breaking up a lot, so we're not able to hear a lot of your testimony.
Hold on. Can he hop on my Zoom link?
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's fine. I can, if
All
it's okay, I'll go to the next speaker, and then when you log in, just
Forward your Zoom link
to
to
name.
wait, forward your Zoom link to me, okay?
I'm sorry.
All right, number 80, I have Sherry Zaccarillo. I don't see Sherry on here. Okay. 82, Lori Fortuna. 83, Carrie Young McWilliams. I see Carrie on. Carrie, you want to unmute?
Hi, good evening. Hi, my name is Carrie Young McWilliams, Dr. McWilliams, to those who know me. I served as an educator in Connecticut. I'm a Navy spouse. I'm the proud mother of 2 naval brats, one who decided to stay at their home school in Stonington and one who went through the magnet program at Science and Technology Magnet High School. As a career educator who's been certified in 4 states and have worked in 3 of those states, I decided to leave the K-12 system and become a full-time advocate of students. Currently, I serve as a surrogate for over 40 cases of students who have been wards of the state of Connecticut. I would like to say this. I am having a hard time understanding when we have students who don't know where they're going to put their head down. Sometimes outplacement is where they have to be in order to be regulated. They can't really do that in the school districts that I'm working with because they don't have the capacity. A vast load of my students are in Waterbury. Waterbury doesn't have classroom teachers, let alone specialists. They are looking for people. They have CNAs coming in to participate as paraprofessionals because there aren't any paraprofessionals. So I think there's a bigger issue. The issue is staffing. The issue is recruitment. The issue is addressing the generational ways of learning and expectations of work. You cannot take the Generation X and Boomer generation and expect to apply it to students who are now Generation Alpha and Generation Z. It's not going to work. If the workforce and the people who are able to do the job and you want someone as a direct hire and they need to be hybrid or you need to give them a relocation allowance, those are the things that we should be funding. The other thing is that, yes, please remove some of the barriers. It is great for us to have these endorsements for reading programs and foundational things, but do you understand that that deters young people from going into the system? I have a 2025 graduate of college at this time who had an IEP and went on to school to matriculate, and she is looking to become a speech and language pathologist. She wants to become an educator in Connecticut. Do you know the hurdles that she has to go through to become an educator in Connecticut? Yet you say you need teachers, you need specialists. Have you looked at those certification programs? Those are things that are well within your committee's control to speak to the Connecticut State Department of Education and certifying officials to find that out, because praxis testing and foundational reading endorsements are not the answers to our children's problems. There are children who have real trauma. If you want to invest in school-based health centers and stop protests like the ones you saw in Killingly, where students are vocalizing. We need mental health.
Up, please summarize.
Thank you. We need mental health services. Yet you have the adults from another generation saying we don't want this school-based health center here. When children tell you they need help, they need it. But part of your problem could be solved by really supporting your wraparound services in your school. And that is you're going to have to work with private-based entities in order to do that, because your public school system, you don't have the personnel. Please check out your pre-service programs in your public universities, and you'll find those numbers, and that those programs are not populated as well as you think they are. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your work on this bill.
Thank you. I think we have a quick question for you, Rep. Corpus.
I will make it quick. Thank you for your testimony. Can you give us a couple of very quick examples of the hurdles that your daughter has encountered trying to become certified to be a speech pathologist? You'd mentioned the testing. I personally think that we should have. People should
I'm sorry.
Your thoughts.
So some of the things that have, and I will just give you, I can use myself. I came to Connecticut. I was a Navy wife, and this was before you had the compact agreement. I was able to go through Sacred Heart's program and work in the district, which eventually hired me. It is hard to just navigate what programs are available, what incentives there are for people to come and work, especially young students who've just graduated of color. So in her instances, she's having a hard time just contacting schools and finding out what they have to offer. Oftentimes you call, people don't answer. You try to call the state, you're online. People at the certification office, they may only be there certain days of the week when someone's answering the phone. It's really difficult for a person who really needs to talk to someone because they have a follow-up question. And with people who have anxiety, as my child has, an email doesn't work for her. She needs to speak to someone. So those are some things, those are just small hurdles that you could look into. And then accepting when someone goes out of state and graduates and come back in state. Not saying that, oh, well, you have to do things our way. Sometimes it's fine to get them in a DSEP and get them in a classroom, because let me tell you something, you can have all the credentials in the world, but if you can't relate to the children in front of you, it does not matter. As an advocate, I decided to go into this role because there were so many attorneys saying that people were contacting them, but they didn't have the money for the attorney. So I go into IEP meetings and I go into special ed meetings and help parents advocate and navigate the system that is so complex. And then when districts don't like being held accountable, like one district on the shoreline, they call the State Department of Education and they ask that I be removed from the case because I was advocating what was best for a student. So what you heard from these parents early are true. They do get bullied, and some of them just give up. Some of them are able to afford attorneys. Some people seek people out like me to help them, but it is happening, and it has happened as recent as this school year.
Thank you. Thank you for writing that testimony. All right.
I did submit written testimony. If you have any follow-up questions, you'll have my information. Thank you.
Absolutely. That will be helpful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Next, 84, I have Dawn Matera. Don't see Dawn on here. Elizabeth Garcia.
She's in the panelist room.
She's, oh, there we go.
Hello, can you see and hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Hello, thank you for having me. A little tired. I have not missed a single testimony today. This is very important. So thank you all for doing the same. My name is Dr. Dawn Matera, and I am the founder of Westport D School and APSEP in Wilton, Connecticut. I am opposed to Bill 7277 as presented. However, I am in full support of improving educational opportunities for Connecticut students, both in district and out of district. I believe we can do both. Westport Day specializes in very serious mental health disorders like clinical depression, anxiety disorders, OCD, mood disorders, self-harm, and suicidality. We provide an education for students with schizophrenia and other thought disorders. Many of our students have comorbid learning disabilities and our social emotional challenges that make being a successful student in their district simply not possible. We have incredibly small class sizes and a high student staff ratio, which includes teachers, social workers, administrators, paraprofessionals, speech paths, and OT, all in a school designed for less than 50 high-risk students. Additionally, we have licensed clinical social workers with caseloads of approximately 12 students. Our program is life-changing and life-saving, literally, for students with high support needs and their families. We also provide an extensive parent support program. I am fearful a bill of this nature being proposed during a time when there is a mental health crisis. Suicides are up. I'm sorry. Public schools are understaffed, and therapeutic programs in district cannot meet these students' needs. I want to talk about the fact that APSEPs actually do meet the same public school standards in terms of teacher certification, our coursework, and teaching methodology that aligns with Common Core. As an APSEP, we are under a microscope, and we're comfortable being there. I encourage the committee to explore just how regulated we are. I've never heard of a mid-year tuition increase by any APSEP. If that is happening, it's gross negligence by the outplacement. But what I am hearing is that it's possible that an outplacement may need to add services due to a change in the student's needs, like a suicide attempt. However, that is a PPT decision and never executed independently. Additionally, mental health and medical crises do not follow, unfortunately, a budget calendar. And I see how that can be difficult for a program, but sometimes mid-year, we need to place a student due to a crisis. We strive to be excellent partners with public schools. We welcome regulations, fee disclosures, and accountability for progress monitoring. In fact, on the topic of data, Westport Day provides weekly data to every parent, every homeschool district for each student by reporting attendance, engagement, weekly curriculum topics, grades, social emotional progress, IEP goal progress, and more. The State Department of Education has access to this data along with graduation rates, test scores, our IEP progress monitoring. Most definitely keep us honest.
Time is up. Please summarize.
But let's keep school districts honest as well. We hear over and over again from parents that teachers are silenced at PPTs, and the panel even admitted that this has happened forever. Coupled with red tape and long delays, this bill could open the door to devastating effects on the most vulnerable. I would like Westport Day School to be a leader in the APSEP community. We stand ready to contribute to the conversation and even help Connecticut public school districts build their own capacity within districts so all vulnerable students can succeed. We have asked to do this for years and have been turned away. Parents don't want outplacement, they need outplacement. Thank you to the committee members, and I encourage all of you to please visit Westport Day and the outplacements here that are doing the right thing and that are standing up and saying, regulate us, that this is what we're here for. But by no means would a state mandated rate cap do that. Because we just already know that mandating rates without any data behind it, I mean, maybe after a deep dive, right? Let's make sure there's absolutely no one price gouging. Let's make sure there's not a single school skirting their requirements for special education students. But if that is happening, my question is how and why? Where is the State Department of Education? We are following every single rule set forth. Where is the State Department of Education for these programs that are apparently not doing what they should be doing? And where's the LAA? That is my question. And I look forward to future collaborations.
Thank you. Thank you, Dawn. And I appreciate your willingness to kind of work with us on this. That was helpful testimony. And I'm assuming that, I don't know if you did submit anything written where we would have your contact, but
Yes, I will be submitting something written for sure.
wonderful. Wonderful. Would love to be in touch. Thank you so much. And thank you for sticking with us and listening to every testimony. It's been a great day. All right. Next, I have on here number 85, Elizabeth Garcia. I don't know if Elizabeth is on. And then 86 is Tony Gasper. I see Tony. Tony, yep, go ahead.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
I thank you everyone for the time you've dedicated to this. Thank you, Senator Godcar Wilcox. It was a pleasure meeting you in the district just a few days ago, and thank you to RepCom for our previous conversations. I'm here to speak quite frankly and fervently in support of these bills. I'm going to deviate from my submitted written testimony, perhaps to give you a little bit of a different perspective after a very long day. Thank you for such a long day. A little while ago, Representative Poulos asked for the win-win, and I'd like to do my best to offer a perspective on that. From the perspective of a superintendent, I serve as the superintendent for the New Britain school system, the Consolidated School District of New Britain. I believe the win-win is quite simply financial predictability. The stories we've heard today on both sides of the question, those in favor and those against, nobody is satisfied with the current conditions. We've heard from many parents and advocates who are not satisfied with the level of service, and we've heard from educational leaders that are not satisfied with their ability to provide certain levels of service. And from my perspective as a superintendent, a big thing in the way is that financial predictability. Of course, we need more funding. I won't belabor that point. But even more importantly is for me as a superintendent, for me to know what will be my excess cost reimbursement this year. What will be the tuition that a particular outplacement facility charges? These are critical to running an efficient school district, and we're among the most poorly funded districts in the state. So every dollar counts. Even out of a $128 million local budget, we analyze things down to the $1,000 cost, and we look at things that closely. I just want to say in closing, and then I'm happy to take questions if you have them for me. What we're talking about and what I believe we need is a foundational change in what is special ed and how it's funded. The current laws and funding structures were put together in a time when we did not have around 20% of our kids identified as special needs, and they were not conceived in a time when outplacements could easily cost $250,000. So I congratulate this committee and I thank you for your hard work. It is not easy work to do foundational change, but it certainly is what is needed at this time. And in closing, without some type of foundational change, the future is easy to predict. You can look at the data. All of the trend lines go like this. All of the trend lines go up over time. The quantity of kids, the cost of providing that. And that means that without some substantial change, we can expect the same in the future. So I thank you for your hard work on this topic, and I'm happy to address any questions if you have them at this late night.
Thank you. And thank you for staying on this late. We just hit our 12-hour mark for our hearing at 11. But thank you for staying on, and thank you for providing that testimony. I know that you have also provided us with some just some of the data gathering piece prior to this, and it's been helpful. So thank you for your continued advocacy for your own district and the students in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add, thank you. Nice to see you again as well. And thank you for that, sharing your data also on those in-district programs that you've been creating. So thank you very much for staying on so late.
Of course. Thank you.
All right. Moving right along, number 87, Max Sage Robinson, I see is on, and then Aaron Merrick, number 88, is on as well.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Max Sage Robinson. I'm going to try and adjust what I'm going to say to match what I've heard because I would like to give specific feedback. I'm a special education teacher at Villa Maria, which is a small, little-known, state-approved private special education program. About 40% of our students are outplaced, and the remaining 60 are unilaterally placed. We have a total of 67 kids, so pretty small. And basically, all of our kids couldn't achieve success in public school environments, but they achieved a success with us. I was raised in Connecticut. I went to college in Connecticut. I became teacher certified in Connecticut. I oppose this bill 7277 as it is written, but I like a lot of it. So that's what I want to talk about. Section 27, reporting placement information to the Department of Education to help them make informed decisions. I think that's super important. Section 31, to improve the usability and accessibility of CT SEDS. Everyone hates CT SEDS, but we need it. The fact that we have a centralized data platform that can help us track student progress is so incredibly important. And I think anything we can do to optimize that is so helpful. To Section 33, to create grants for further training, education, and testing of educators and paraeducators. I think that is a huge move to help our country, our state improve its education and its educators, including paraeducator examinations in other languages, which is Section 34. Sorry, I'm talking fast, trying to get a lot in. Section 38, analyzing the special ed teacher workload. I think if we have that data, we can present that data. We can make changes based on that data. We can say, hey, these teachers are working too hard. Here's the proof, not just saying it, but this is what it needs to look like. And here's what it looks like instead. How can we remediate that? The bake sale idea, as it was phrased with the license plates, I love that. I mean, schools have bake sales for a reason. It works. It's community funding. It's taking this idea and letting everyone have a license plate that says, hey, I support kids in special ed, and their money is going to kids in special ed. Like, I really think the state could get behind that. Section 54, providing special support for care with children in trauma. That was talked about. I support that. And then Section 55, developing the family guide for understanding laws in special education and the processes. I think that's amazing. One thing, Section 35, I do not think the foundations of reading tests should be removed. I think that I was trained and certified in Connecticut, and passing that test showed that I know how to teach the science of reading. I think that is a crucial test. Maybe DSAP some teachers out of need, but hold them to that same certification criteria. It was not easy to become a teacher in this state, but when I went to a state accredited program, there's a list on the Bureau website. I just looked it up, and if you go to a good program, you can become certified. You will know what you need to know. So even if we need teachers sooner out of need and we get them that accreditation, I think that would be great. I'm probably out of time, but I have a couple thoughts on measuring program success with IEP.
Please summarize.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that'll be the last thing I can say. The district-placed students in our school are the ones that have the most accountability, because we have to report it on CT SEDS. Unilaterally placed students, we do our best, but we aren't held to those same standards. So just speaking broadly for other places, outplacement actually has the highest rate of accountability through CT SEDS. And last thing is to measures to rate progress. I have a few ideas, but mostly with IEP goals, calculating students' expectant growth measures based on their previous progress on IEP goals and objectives, and then comparing future rates of progress to that projected growth. You can see, especially in outplacements, does it exceed that projected rate? Are they not meeting that projected rate? And help make more capable determinations based on real features of what they're doing on a daily basis. Thank you.
Max, thank you for providing that testimony. You said lots of great stuff in there. And glad to see you still have a lot of your good energy at 11 p.m. We're trying to hold on strong too. But thank you so much. And then just in terms of some of what you said in regards to the different, I guess, metrics or different requirements almost for CT SEDS for unilateral versus non-unilateral. I'm not sure if I got that correct. But, and that's something if you can speak to briefly just now, or you can also send in written.
Okay, I would love to speak to it now. I sent in written testimony a few days ago. I have a much better understanding of this bill now and would submit again. I don't know if that's possible, but basically, when a student is unilaterally placed at our school, the burden is still on the district to present the IEP and the goals and objectives. And so sometimes we are in the PPT, sometimes we're not even invited to the PPT because it's all lawyers and mediation. And there's no point in us even showing up and saying what we're doing. The district will still put forth, like, they'll just copy what we do, but not actually really talk to us about it. When it's a outplaced student, we are meeting every year for that PPT, any other PPTs that come up, and all of that data we are inputting ourselves into CT SEDS versus the teachers at the district putting it in, never having had the conversation with us about how they're even doing. You know, I think that the special education as a whole in Connecticut is learning CT SEDS, and it's a difficult process. It's a difficult transition, and it's so important. So the more we kind of lean into that accessibility and use it as a way of holding students accountable and holding teachers, not students, students are great, hold the teachers and schools accountable, I think is really important and possibly a way to go. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. And so, do you mean just the initial IEP once a student has been unilaterally placed, or do you mean even while they're placed? Like if there was another meeting held or there was another annual review coming up, that the district holds it on its own without the program?
The latter, that's what I mean. Yeah, we are often not included, and usually it's not till the triennial, if we have to be there, that we are able to go. I'm going to an upcoming PPT for a student because I'm going to try and fight to get him placed, because right now it's a unilateral placement and the family financially needs to have him placed. So it's really a matter of trying to get those out placements. We do not want a unilateral placement because we want to support the districts as much as we can and ease the burden from the parents. That's just my perspective for coming from my school. So I hoped I could offer that.
All right, that's helpful. And I think you said you submitted written testimony, so I think that means we have your email contact. If we need more information, I'll follow up.
That would be wonderful, because the testimony I submitted does not reflect how I feel now and what I just shared.
We've all learned a lot in the last 11 hours or 12 hours. So, you know, that's the process, but thank you so much.
Thank you. And I applaud you guys for doing the hard work, being committed to this work and sticking with it, even though it's hard and you're getting a lot of feedback, positive, mostly negative. And you're not giving up. You're saying we need the future. We need this path to our student success, and we want everyone to have that. And I just really applaud you for that.
Thank you. I think we have one more question for you.
I just have a comment for you, Max. One, I really appreciate your enthusiasm at this late hour. It's a kind of surreal experience to be sitting in a room with a few of us, and now we're just going to be watching a screen with a person one after another. So your enthusiasm at this late hour is, it's wonderful. It like brightens up the whole room. So I just wanted to note that, and thank you for your commitment to looking for that path forward, and really for giving us a lift at this moment as we're continuing, 11 o'clock. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm happy to do it. Now I have to go to bed to be up for work in 6 hours. So have a good night, everybody.
Have a good evening.
Max, one thing, you can resubmit testimony. You can submit your new testimony and I can upload it to the website and remove your old one as well.
Great. Thank you for telling me that.
One other thing, if you are testifying online, you need to accept the panelist link in order to testify. If you decline it, you are not able to testify. So when that gets sent to you, please accept it.
Thank you. All right. Moving right along, number 88, Aileen Merrick. I see Aaron. And then after Aaron, I have Loretta J., who I don't see yet, but we'll see. Aaron, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here, staying up just as late as everybody else is. Just here to advocate, as you all heard my wife speak and a couple of speakers before, for our two boys who are on the autism spectrum and recently have gotten outplaced to the school Ben Haven in Wallingford, which has been just phenomenal for them from what they did in the past year and a half, from what they went through in the public schools. They did go through a lot in the public school system, as Wendy was talking about, and they did do a lot for years. They went through all the interventions with the IEPs, the 504s, and continued just to fail through those interventions. We had to do a lot of work to get them outplaced to the school they're in now. Instead of just getting completes or incompletes in the work, now they're getting A's and B's. They're making friends, developing, most importantly, trust again with the staff and peers. The staff at this school are exceptional. They're well trained. More importantly, able to implement their knowledge to teach, regulate, improve their social and emotional, intellectual well-being. They're not in any way really coddled or sheltered at the school. Rather, the teachers have found a way to focus on pushing them through tough times, teaching them how to regulate with effective coping strategies and making conflicts teachable and manageable. All the staff have been working hard toward harnessing their dysregulation and turning it into productivity. The amount of supports and influence and rise in their level of what they are capable of has truly been, you can't put a price on. And also the communication from the school has been so much more than you get in the public school system. It's anything but lacking. The staff go above and beyond to maintain constant communication. And this is on a daily basis through text messages, emails, calls. They're constantly letting us know if they're having trouble, if they're doing very well. Is there anything we can offer as supports to the school and vice versa at home? Everything that they're teaching at school, we teach them at home and vice versa as well. We never have to pull teeth to get someone to call back. They're always on board with everything as far as support. We're both in opposition of this bill. We think that a lot of cuts will kind of be detrimental to everything that not only my wife and I, but the boys work for. I'm not going to recap on a lot of things that she just said. A lot of our testimonies are the same. So I just want to thank everybody for the time in listening to us.
Thank you. Okay, I think we have one question for you, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. Did you say you work at Ben Haven?
No, the boys were, both boys were accepted at Ben Haven.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I have heard like a few people tonight say how great Ben Haven is. So if we could take their qualities, what they're doing, and put it everywhere, then we wouldn't have to worry about what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, the staff are unbelievable. I mean, as far as just helping them regulate every aspect of what's going on and putting all these coping into real life situations. I mean, not only the academics, but they have getting them into real world scenarios, not just sheltered scenarios, but getting them out there, getting ready for work, getting ready just for the regular ADLs throughout the course of the day.
Right. And it seems I hear parent engagement also, which is what we've heard that parents want a lot of. So I just wanted to say thank you because I've heard good things about them tonight.
No, and thank you guys for your time. And we're both nurses. We've both been in the field for over 30 years. We've been nurses for 20 plus. And like she said, we understand how it is to be understaffed. I remember decades ago starting this in the nursing field, how staffing was just so phenomenal. It was so much easier to get your work done. And now we're rolling with all the cuts. We're rolling with all the amount of horrible staffing that the hospitals and nursing facilities have. So I really understand where you guys are coming from as far as the staffing piece goes.
Thank you. Thank you, Erin, for providing that testimony.
All right. Thank you again.
Have a good evening. All right. Moving along, I think I didn't see 89 Loretta J or 90 Chastity Ayala. 92 Terry Garrity. I see Terry on. And then after that, 94 Julie Burns. Go ahead, Terry.
Hello. Good evening. I've had to change this a few times from good morning to good evening. I'm here today as a parent and a family advocate. And in full disclosure, I also serve on my local Board of Education. And I'm the parent of 2 neurodiverse children. I've been through multiple due process hearings to secure appropriate education. And by the 3rd case for the same child, I no longer needed an attorney, having drafted a 14-page complaint all by myself. I documented several concerns, but couldn't prove the most egregious until the school staff and a provider bravely reported first to the State Department of Education and then alerted me that my child had been placed in repeated seclusions, and afterwards I pulled him out for his well-being. We prevailed again in that particular case, but it was at great cost. My son was left with a new trauma diagnosis from experiencing over 150 restraints and seclusions. After several placements, my son is now in a safe trauma-informed program in Old Lyme with well-trained and compassionate staff who are working to help him heal. In fact, last year, he successfully participated and won gold medals in every Special Olympics event that he participated in. In its current form, the bill could limit our access to such placements or possibly make it harder to keep him in this one due to tuition caps. This means that the last 2 years of progress are at risk of being lost. My son's school is now accredited. It was a bit of a process for them, and I understand from other families that I've worked with that there are private programs out there that might not exactly meet state criteria, but they're effective. If certain programs are excluded, families would lose access, not because the placements are wrong for their children, but because the program isn't on the official list. Some are new startups that could ease the wait lists that the families are on. Maybe you could consider allowing some rate flexibility or waivers for highly specialized providers, or even explore a tiered rate structure to help reduce some of these long wait lists. In Section 54, while I support the idea of trauma-related grants, it's unclear how those will be awarded. If they're structured anything like the excess cost grant, small towns with low tax bases are going to lose out on support. Parts of HB 7277 also risk creating new barriers. Families might miss legal deadlines, and if the burden of proof shifts, they'll lose what little leverage they have. So I support Section 55 for tools on procedural changes for families to better understand all of this.
Time is up. Please summarize.
Families should not have to endure this level of sacrifice just to access their rights under IDEA. That's why I support adding an ombudsman to improve accountability and support. Districts across the board should also play a role in ensuring quality and safety for outplaced students. Parents do not want to have to become de facto attorneys just to secure the education that our kids deserve. So once again, I thank all the committee members for their time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and for highlighting the piece about the educational ombudsman. And it's your feeling that having an ombudsman would have helped you in your process initially?
Yep, it was trial by fire. I had to learn the hard way, and eventually we just ran out of financial resources, and I'm one of the lucky ones who, because I had been through it so many times, I knew where to go, I knew what to do, and I was able to manage. But there's so many families out there that don't have those resources and didn't have to go through that process and are just starting out. And those are the families that I try to help now. I just don't want anybody else go through what we went through.
And you noted something that I think a couple of speakers noted today, that in certain cases there were teachers or staff members that may have felt they wanted to report something or speak up during a process and weren't able to. What are your thoughts about the education ombudsman being available for that purpose as well?
I would totally support that, because these two individuals were not only put on administrative leave, they ended up leaving their positions at that institution. And I just, my heart goes out to them, because they recognized that something very wrong was happening, and they did something about it, and ultimately had to pay a price by losing their positions. So I think it's really important that that is taken into consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Terry, for sticking with us.
Thank you.
All right, moving on with our agenda, we have 94 is Julie Burns. I don't see Julie. 95, Bobby Ann Elizabeth. I also don't see online. 96, Jennifer Laviano. 97, Leah Ferreira. Leah, I see you. And yes, I'll set with Leah.
Hi.
Hello.
I mean, I've been with you since the beginning, and I appreciate the long day you're all putting in here. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak on behalf of our son and our family regarding the proposed legislation. I'd also like to thank you in advance for your patience and understanding, as I'm likely to become emotional because this affects who and what matters to me most in this world, which is my son, Matthew. My name is Leah Ferrer, and we reside in Meriden. I am the parent of a son with significant special needs. I'm here to oppose the legislation as it is currently written, as it could have devastating and detrimental consequences for my son and others like him. My son Matthew is autistic and has ADHD along with several other related comorbidities. He'll be 19 in a couple of months. Thankfully, he's currently in an out-of-district placement at IEA Intensive Education Academy in West Hartford. It wasn't easy to get him there, but it was absolutely necessary. As someone else stated, you know, we would have loved to have him be able to stay in this district, but we just couldn't. The outplacement was needed. You know, we all know every child with an IEP is vastly different. That's the reason for the individualized and IEP. Matthew's amazing and has so much potential. However, he's very complex and is frequently misunderstood to his detriment. It takes a significant amount of time to get to know him, understand him, and gain his trust in order for him to open up and be able to access his education and build meaningful relationships. I wish I could say our experience was similar to the mom who testified in person today from Cheshire. I'm extremely happy for that family, as this is what the experiences should be like. Unfortunately, our experience has been vastly different, and I know we're not alone. I think we've already heard from some other parents from my district. Matthew has been a special ed student in our district since he was 3. It was clear to us in middle school that he was not receiving the support he needed in order to succeed. It has taken us years of advocating, building a case for outplacement at my son's expense, and fighting to get the placement he has today at IEA. His home district has repeatedly failed him and us as a family. This caused him significant regression and trauma year after year, to the point that we had to implement a suicide intervention plan. Our district history is long and unimaginable. If I had to go into it tonight, it would definitely take more than the 3 minutes I have. But I'd be happy to speak with anyone who might be interested to hear more at another time. I'm going to try to touch upon some of it just to give you a feel for what we've gone through, and I know what other families go through. As a result of what he's been through, he's no longer the same fun-loving, trusting, sociable person he once was. But we have hope due to his outplacement at IEA. What tears me apart and would bring me to my knees if I let myself go there is that we took part in traumatizing our son by listening and following instructions of who we thought were our experts and had our son's best interests at heart, which ultimately was just not the case. And our son paid dearly because of it. Imagine, you know, how he suffered and continues to suffer internally, thinking that the people who were supposed to love him the most, care about him the most, protect him the most, hear his pleas, were his parents, educators, and school therapists, but we all failed him. We can't afford to fail him further. We were forced to fight the district for outplacement and even for his program needs thereafter, after spending thousands of dollars on parent advocates starting in middle school without success. We had no choice but to retain an attorney as things got worse when he entered high school. We've now spent thousands in legal fees in order to get Matthew the services he was legally entitled to, which finally included outplacement at IEA. Unfortunately, we have years of damage to overcome now. We must continue to retain our attorney services in order to ensure we are treated fairly and within the law by the district. This has caused a financial hardship on us, but it was necessary, or our son would have been lost in the system.
Time's up. Please summarize.
Okay. With how difficult of a process it's been for us, I can't imagine shifting the burden of proof to other parents. Although I'm sure there are districts that truly have their students' best interest at heart, you'd be remiss to think that there are not others that prioritize the expense over the student. Everything we asked for, we had to fight for with our attorney. Via data collection IEs, we pushed for, and in the end, we received most of it, except for one service that was denied in order to use it to try to force us into a settlement agreement. The district has all the cards and power in so many ways. Shifting the burden of proof onto the families is just unfathomable to me. Matthew's in a placement now that provides us with hope and significantly more appropriate support that meets his
Time's up.
needs.
Please summarize.
Okay. This bill threatens to undo what we fought for and continue to fight for. Losing this placement would be extremely detrimental and would set him back so far that I don't know if he'd be able to recover. And I would hate to see this happen to others like him. I'm asking that you oppose this bill as it's written and just, help us protect our son, his future. Look at it as if this is your child and his future and life depends on it, because it really does. I appreciate your time and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you.
I think there was just a question on the district.
Sure.
What district?
Meriden.
Meriden. Okay, thank you.
We've been through a lot. And
Thank you for sticking with us and providing. That was informative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving along. We have number 99 is not on. John Carl. 100, Renee Farmer. I see Renee on.
Hi, I'm Brett Farmer, speaking in my wife's stead. She needed rest after a long day of juggling testimony monitoring and childcare. Our family is currently healing after 10 years of dedicated yet ultimately failed parenting and education of a child with complex developmental trauma. Our children laugh, dance, and play with more freedom and faith than ever before. How can failure lead to this wondrous turn of events? Well, before I explain, everyone listening and watching must know these bills will directly harm all of my children. I'll state this again. These bills will harm my children. Our family's healing is due first to our public school district. When it came time for action, the district made the right choice. The second is the Justice Resource Institute. Our son, who suffers from reactive attachment disorder, is currently in one of the therapeutic boarding schools in Massachusetts and is receiving care for his specific disability that will enable him to live the life that he deserves. His disorder causes him to live a nightmare that exists only in his mind, where he views loved ones as enemies, friends as threats, intimacy and connection as poison, and himself unworthy of love and success. Throughout these 10 years, my wife and I have never lost hope. We adopted him when we saw the abuse and neglect he endured. We loved him despite his constant involuntary mental torture of us and his siblings. And we fought to get him the placement he needed when it was clear our family and his school were an impediment to his education and healing. Yet under the direction in these bills, if his program is not within the state's approved rate structure, or if during periodic reviews of his progress, the state deems he should be transferred to an approved facility in Connecticut, his nightmare will resume. Because let me be clear, there are no public schools, residential treatment centers, or private therapeutic schools in this state that can directly treat his disability and provide appropriate education. Talk to CT Behavioral Health, Husky, insurance companies, zero. In a state this progressive, we offer no options to families living with this horrific disorder. This is due in major part to Connecticut's Family First initiatives. And now that same government is asserting that it should be allowed to put price limits on education for children with disabilities, and is also proclaiming it should be in charge of reviewing the special education needs of children requiring outplacements. Despite the disturbing events in our country, Connecticut has an opportunity to be a shining beacon of compassion, justice, and intelligence. Sadly, this bill as drafted seems more in line with the march against freedom happening every day in Washington. I am a United States Marine Corps veteran and former intelligence officer for the Defense Intelligence Agency, and I will always uphold the code of honor, courage, and commitment. I urge, no, I challenge this committee to do the same. And John Casarino and Don Matar are spot on. You owe it to Connecticut families to analyze the data prior to enacting legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and for you providing the personal narrative and for your service. We appreciate it and certainly, appreciate your comment that we do have to look carefully at the data. Absolutely, and make decisions based on that. So thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Okay, and I think DeAndre Brown, you were on before. Your video wasn't connecting, but I see you back on.
Say something.
Hi. Hello.
Let me turn on the light.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Oh, we can hear you. Go ahead.
We can hear you.
My name's DeAndre Grimdy Brown, Executive Director of Evolve Love and Fallen Angels Music. I'm also affiliate of Stop Solitary CT and BLMA 6L. I want to start off with saying that students deserve to stay in their district when they go to school, because from what I've been through, it's hard when you don't get to stay with your friends. Speaking of that, a lot of corruption is in the system of education. There are counselors that, instead of giving people or parents a chance to understand the child's brain, you'll just say they're underdeveloped and hold them back, which I feel isn't fair. I grew up without IOPs or IAPs, and I grew up with no medicine because I grew up in a West Indian household, but also because there's a lot of neglect when it comes to Black people and mental health. And
I'm sorry, I think we lost DeAndre again. DeAndre, I see you trying to lock up.
it's confusing to
Video off?
figure out.
Better. Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Go ahead. We see you on. If you want to leave your video off, maybe we might be able to hear the audio a little bit better.
Okay. Well, a lot of the school system, when it comes to counselors and people that end up connecting with the parents and connecting with the students, they don't really ever talk about the mental health or the actual special education. They always go straight for behavior health when it comes to Black and brown kids, I've noticed. And I feel like that's not right to begin with. I don't know if you heard, but I didn't grow up with IAPs and anything, and I'm definitely on the spectrum. And I ended up in prison, and I feel like a lot of these schools don't give Black and brown children a chance to have an education. I feel like they lead them straight into prison, which is why it's so
Time is up. Please summarize.
almost symmetrical. But yeah, if there's any questions, I'd love to answer.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Brown. I don't see any questions. Thank you. Thanks for joining and for staying so late and getting on a couple of times.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go down the list to see people here. Barbara DeCinti? Distinti? No. Kim Healy? Christina Jackson? Oh, there. Zulma? Who's it? Cassidy? Oh. Cassidy Cohen? Yep, I see her on there. Great.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, good evening.
Great. Good evening, members of the Education Committee. First of all, I want to applaud you all for being here and staying up this late. I have also been on since 11 a.m., so I understand how long this day has been for you, and I really appreciate you taking the time to hear my testimony. My name is Cassidy Cohen. I am a mother of 3, a Westport resident, and I am here to strongly oppose Bill 7277. Despite Senator Kissel's warning that this train has already left the station, I believe he might underestimate the fierce determination of an exhausted, burnt out, and desperate parent willing to throw themselves in front of a said train for the sake of their children. I'm the parent of a 5th grader named Tallulah. She is bright, creative, and an eager learner. She is also severely dyslexic. For years, our public school assured us she was progressing. Every IEP report described Tallulah as a happy, motivated child, and she was a happy, motivated child until she wasn't. Despite being told she would reach benchmarks, in last month, we decided to have her independently evaluated. We learned that she was in fact reading at a 1st grade level. Years of missed intervention had taken a toll not just on her education, but on her spirit. We noticed throughout this year, Tallulah fell into a deep depression. We watched the light go out of her eyes. She no longer believed she was smart. She no longer believed in herself. She was very aware that she could not access the curriculum, despite the educators around her telling her she could. That is why we have made the incredibly tough but necessary decision to move her into a private school that specializes in dyslexia. It is the only setting where she can access the structured literacy instruction and get the support she needs to thrive. Bill number 7277 would strip families like mine of the funding required to make those placements. It would deny children with disabilities the right to a truly appropriate education, forcing them to remain in schools that, through no fault of their own, are unequipped to meet their needs. This is not just a fiscal issue, it is a moral one. To pass this bill as it is would be to institutionalize inequity and accept failure as a standard for our most vulnerable of learners. I am urging you to reject Bill number 7277 as it is. Please remember that children are 20% of our population, but they are 100% of our future. And I am asking you to please protect our children's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and thank you for staying on. All right, number 106, Mary Murphy. I don't see, and actually I don't see a lot of the next few numbers, so I'm gonna move a little quickly. 107, Zolma Costas. 108, Damaris Baloran. 110, Tony Armstrong. 111, Miguel Martinez. 112, Ilander Mathis. 113, Solandi Forte. 114, Christine Cowan. 115, 115, Maria Morelli Wolf. I know you're in the attendees. You have to accept the panelist, like option. It's called like it should pop up as a panelist, accept as panelist, and once you do, you can be promoted. So I'll come back if you accept it. And then 117, Rose Reyes. I see Rose.
Good evening. Good evening. And kudos to you, the Select Committee on Special Education, for staying this late and listening to all that we have here. I'm Rose Reyes, the Vice President of Wyndham Federation of Teachers, Local 1577, and an ally of Connecticut for All, and a member of Town Council. I am a bilingual educator in one of the Seven Sisters in District I, and we all have lots in common: Bridgeport, New Britain, New Haven, New London, Hartford, Waterbury, and Wyndham. And I read this bill, and I support its letter and its intent for many reasons. For one, because of the situation we're in with the federal funding insecurities, and the other aspect that we have, we are sitting on resources that would help us if we release those, reduce and release the guardrails and create a more progressive taxing structure to help our public education system. I don't want to belabor the points, but my district does work for creating programming for specialized education. We have a program for autism, emotional disability, and secondary transition programming. But we get caught off guard when we get students who come in after our budget is passed. And like last year, we had 25 extra special needs students, and we had to scramble, and that's very painful to imagine. There were very good ideas about collaboration and regionalization, and having more input from the private nonprofit sector. But what I find disturbing is the feeling of being pitted against families, or making it sound like this is about funds when the focus is really about it's not about reducing cost. It's about access and equity and development, having us have the potential to provide support in the local community schools. And so I'm very, very supportive of helping us with the data transparency and the universal rate regulations. When I hear families saying that if we regulate the rates, they won't be provided the service, that's up to the private nonprofit programming. If they've decided not to be able to afford that, we don't have that kind of flexibility, so to speak. We have a compliance issues, and we have budgetary constraints. 32% of my budget comes from a town with a poverty rate of 27.2%. So the nonprofit private group does have more flexibility in accessing different revenue sources, as opposed to our city districts and our public educational system. That being said, however, we do want to do all we can to provide for every student in our community. So I applaud this effort. This is foundational change, as some other speaker had mentioned, and I will do my best to support it in its way that makes sense to us. And thank you for having me.
Thank you. Oh, that was timed perfectly. Thank you,
Oh,
Rose.
yeah. Have a good night.
You too. All right. I'm going to go back to a speaker that we had earlier in the day that was not able to speak, but is here joining us in person close to midnight. Thank you. Sarah Sweatzoff. Sarah, can you turn the mic on? There should be like a button. There you go.
Okay, sorry about that. Oh yes, that's much better. Good evening to the Select Committee on Special Education. My name is Sarah Sweatzoff. I'm an education organizer with Make the Road, Connecticut. It's a membership-based organization in Hartford and Bridgeport, and I'm the education organizer here in the Hartford office. So I work with a committee called Madres Guerreras, or Warrior Mothers, and we have about 50 active members, mostly residing in Hartford, and their students are, spread throughout the Hartford public school system, as well as CREC schools, special ed outplacements, and magnet schools. And we're here today, I'm here today to explain why the Parent Committee supports HB 7277, an act concerning the provision of special education in Connecticut. And, typically as the organizer, I kind of stick to the script of sharing member stories. Ideally, they're here to share them themselves. And unfortunately, all three of the parents who I signed up today weren't able to make it, either because of work or illness. But I'd first like to say some things as a special ed parent myself, because my daughter is outplaced to American School for the Deaf. And I've been listening to the testimony all day, and I recognize that kind of tremor of injustice that I hear in the voices of a lot of parents who testified tonight who are concerned about their children, losing their outplacement. And you're about to hear that tremor in my voice because I feel that every day working with Hartford families whose children are not outplaced. They're in Hartford public schools, and those schools are so under-resourced that their special ed children are not getting the services that they need. They're not even getting the services on their IEPs. And it's a total crisis. And I don't have words to describe the kind of sense of injustice that I feel every day. And that's why we wanted to come out and support this bill, because this bill starts to take a small step, not towards taking away our kids' outplacement, but a small step towards trying to make sure that special ed kids in district are getting the same kinds of resources that our kids get when they're placed outside of district, right? And so I want to share a few of the stories. For example, just today I was talking to a parent whose daughter, who's a 6-year-old with Down syndrome in Hartford Public Schools, doesn't get any speech or physical therapy, even though it's on her IEP, and she shares a paraprofessional with a number of other students. And I've heard that repeatedly from other parents. Another parent who has a teen with Down syndrome, her daughter used to get speech therapy in person when she was in elementary school. Those services have been cut, and now she gets only remote speech therapy in her current school, which is a magnet school, a Hartford magnet school, by the way. With your permission, I'd just like to share a little bit more from my members. I have another parent who I work with, Perla, who has 2 children with IEPs, one who's outplaced at Oak Hill and the other one is in Hartford Public Schools. So you can imagine how difficult it is that her child who's outplaced finally had his needs met, but her daughter who's in a public school with an IEP, the only therapist for hundreds of students was cut last year, and it makes it really hard for her school to meet her IEP needs around depression and anxiety. So it's like this robbing Peter to pay Paul. When can everyone's needs be met? And I would like to also make the point that her son who's in Oak Hill is a wonderful place. I've been there with her a number of times. She takes the bus a long distance to drop off his medications because it's quite far from where she lives in the South End. He's a very talkative, high-functioning autistic teen. They only speak Spanish at home, but he's become increasingly monolingual. She's going to be his caregiver in perpetuity, and she only speaks Spanish, but he doesn't have the opportunity to be in a bilingual education environment because he's been outplaced to an institution that has no capacity to provide that kind of culturally sensitive education and bilingual support. So their family, once again, she's made this really difficult trade-off for her child to really not advance in Spanish in his school environment and to be immersed in English and be taken away from the community in order to just have him kind of be safe where Hartford Public Schools didn't have the staff to meet his needs. Okay, the last thing that I want to share with you all, I'm sorry, I'm taking advantage of being here in person, but I hear all the time from parents who have their kids outplaced to CREC schools. Parents ask me, how can I bring my child back to Hartford Public Schools? Because, for example, Veronica sends her daughter to a CREC school in Glastonbury. Her daughter takes the bus a long distance. Up until this year, she was the only Spanish-speaking child in her class, and her mother doesn't really have any way to engage or participate in parent activities and community at the school. So she's asking me, how can I bring my child back to Hartford Public Schools? For the youngest one, she's asking, how can I keep that one in district? I've sent the 2 other ones out to CREC. How can I keep the youngest one in district? How can I not have to send the last one to an outplacement? Parents want to keep their kids in district in Hartford, and Hartford needs the resources to do that. So I think that, once again, this bill is a small step in the right direction, and special ed parents who are opposing this bill are not seeing the bill for what it is. They have this misplaced concern about our outplacements being taken away when it's really just about bringing all parents the same quality of education we found in those outplacements. All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Sarah, so much. And thank you for braving it out at this time. We're almost hitting midnight at this time. So thank you for being here and thank you for providing that very crucial and important testimony. I think we have a couple questions for you. If you can say on Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. It's so nice to see someone in person. So thank you for coming in and sharing your testimony with us. So you mentioned quite a few times that people were not getting what is on their IEP. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, I believe that because of understaffing, it's very difficult for
Right.
schools to fulfill all those services.
Yes. So, but I believe it is law that they have to. Isn't that correct, Madam Chair?
Yes. So what usually happens when, especially when it's due to like a staffing issue, that the law does allow for the services to be like compensatory, given compensatorily when the staff is available, which happens especially now with the shortage of special ed staff across districts. You will see more compensatory hours given to students that have IEPs, because if you do not have a speech pathologist, you can't give speech
That's what I
services.
was thought. And initially, when this bill was first coming out, I thought, the IEP that needs to be looked at, because if they're saying this is what your child needs, but it cannot be provided for, then what happens? And I'm hoping there's a lot of communication with the parents saying, yes, this is what your child needs, but we don't have a para. And I think communication is extremely key. Yes, we want the services they need, but there are incidences where there are no paras or anything. And so I know it's law that it has to be provided, but if you don't have a teacher or a para, you don't have it. And so I just hope communication is really strong with the districts and the parents, the mom.
Yeah, in the case of that student that I mentioned, she knew that information from having a meeting with the school where they explained that these are all the services that they want to provide and that they're striving to provide, but because of staffing shortages. Yeah, I think parents report good communication, particularly because of all of the Spanish-speaking staff and teachers. There's a strong sense of community. And, that particular parent has her student at MD Fox, and like another member who also has her son at MD Fox, they don't want to move them because they like being in the community school, they like being in the neighborhood school, and they like the sense of community. And they also don't want to take their children away from their friends. Some immigrant children have found these critical friendships in Hartford Public Schools, and so parents are faced with this really distressing decision of pulling them out and sending them to a crack school where they don't know, or an open choice option where they don't know any other students and they have to make friends anew and there might not be other kids who speak Spanish, versus keeping them in a school where there's constant teacher shortages, a teacher is out for chronic illness and they never have a qualified substitute because of shortages and funding issues, so they're not covering the material they're supposed to be covering. I mean, this is all about resources. It's all about resources, and I've heard in a couple earlier testimonies, that this discrepancy, this disparity in education is very racialized. This is really like a very racist discrepancy in quality of education, where Hartford, frankly, is due decades of reparations because of how students and families have been treated in this district. And yeah, I mean, that's truly how I see it. And as a special ed parent, I'm not concerned about my child's outplacement due to this bill. I'm deeply concerned about all the students in Hartford, both typical and special education students, who are not getting the education that they deserve. And like my child's future is contingent on a healthy and well-educated and vibrant society that requires everyone to have the services that they deserve and the education they deserve. And my child's future is not that great. Regardless of a successful outplacement and a terrific education at ASD, her future is not bright without a larger society that is accessing that same, those
Right.
same resources and services that she has.
Right.
So
Thank
that's how I
you.
feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks so much. All right. We are, I think, on. Where's that? Okay. I don't know if 115, number 115, Maria is still in the attendees but has not accepted panelists. So Maria, if you can accept the panelists, we'll promote you onto the other side. I see. Okay, so I'm going to go after that. 118 Kelly Swift. I don't see. 119 Rebecca Mickelson. 120 Mackenzie Hurtado. 121 Sarah Fennessy. 123 Amanda Kolinsky. 125 Leanne Tyson. 126 Heather Silver. 127 Katie Dube. 128 Kalina Sasunker. 129 Eric Weiner. 130 David Tyrell. 131 Christopher Laka. There you are.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you for staying this late at night. It is midnight. I'm very tired, and I just wanted to say thank you for staying on for so long. My name is Christopher Laka. I have been a school psychologist for the past 20 years. I'm from New Haven Federation of Teachers, Local 933. I'm a union steward and the special education representative. I represent approximately 400 student service educators, including school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, social workers, special education teachers, and guidance counselors. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what was already said. I've been on for a better part of the day. Overall, we are in favor of 7277 and 1561. They represent a great starting point in creating a more equitable distribution of funds, and there are many great ideas in the legislation. What I'd like to focus on more of my testimony is on the resource of related services staff. It would help our profession if we receive salaries and working conditions commensurate with our experience and expertise, and if it was included in the Connecticut General Statutes. Our working conditions for related services staff have degraded to the point where many are leaving and never returning, and brand new professionals are leaving after 1 or 2 years. Now is the time to reconceptualize the working conditions of school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, and others. So I urge you to consider adding specific language for these professionals to include things like caseload caps, workload caseload language, professional to student ratios, salary, full-time equivalent hours for specific programs. And I have an example. For example, if a district wanted to add 2 semi-self-contained classrooms in their grant applications, then they would have to add 0.25 full-time equivalent social worker, a 0.25 full-time equivalent school psychologist, and so on and so forth. Districts don't know what to do with us. They don't classify us well. We don't fit neatly in an administrator's contract, and we don't fit neatly in a teacher's contract. They tend to go with the cheaper route, and they put us on a teacher's contract. Across Connecticut, we are inadequately represented in almost all district contracts. Districts say we need more mental health, we need more SPED support, yet they vigorously hinder related services staff contractual language. Furthermore, we are rarely supported or mentioned in the Connecticut General Statutes in general. So just who are we and what do we do? And I'm going to use school psychologists as an example. We have specialized training in psychology and its relationship to the educational environment. When the curriculum and teaching has failed students, evaluations are conducted to understand the whole child, and then we create an individual plan to teach them. We have specialized training. For example, school psychologists go to school for 2 years, earn a master's degree, and so on and so forth. There's many hurdles to our profession. Clinical supervision is rare. We spend hours laboring over how to write legally defensible reports. We're stretched so thin that we have to write reports in IEPs at home. We're constantly interrupted by crises and urgent situations. And so a critically important part of our
Time is
job
up. Please summarize.
Yep. A critically important part of our job is we give students and parents hope. We provide the modifications and accommodations needed to level the playing field. We show them what they can learn. We give them hope that they can be productive and happy members of our community. That's why we need better representation. So thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you so much. I'm gonna move. Oh, you have a question. Representative Johnson.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi there. Thank you for your testimony and staying with us so long. As a psychologist, we don't hear a lot of testimony from psychologists. And one of the things that I think we have a shortage of is psychologists, whether it's, for the general public or in the school systems. And I think that some of that is evident, especially back when we had the horrible tragedy of Sandy Hook. And we have made some changes in our laws since then. But because I was stunned back then to find out how few psychologists, how few psychiatrists, how few people we had with the expertise and knowledge that you need to be able to address a lot of the issues with respect to special education. I wondered if you could give me a little bit more information about your perception of these issues.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. People are complex. Students are exceptionally difficult to understand because they lack the vocabulary, they lack the experience to speak like an adult. So it takes a greater depth of understanding, of questioning to help understand what are the underlying difficulties that students experience. And sometimes it takes a long period of time to get to understand what an underlying trauma is or how students feel. Sometimes you have to teach students the vocabulary to be able to express themselves. And then there's the ways that they help to, or the ways that we can help them to cope with their situations. What we do is we really get in there and try to figure out the underlying cause. And it's, one of the ways that we describe it is like peeling a layer of an onion. Every layer that you peel, you're finally trying to get to the core to understand how to best help support a student. So some of the things that we do as psychologists is we have specialized training in understanding those early developmental milestones and the general development of students, and really trying to get at the core of what students need and how we can best support them. And then throughout the entire evaluation process, and it's generally a team approach, we get to help support and figure out the accommodations and modifications that are needed to help a student learn as best as they can. And then what a big part of our job is to convey that information to parents and to the instructors, like the teachers and the special ed teachers, and to give them the tools that they need in order for students to progress in the areas that we typically measure: reading, writing, math, and behavior.
Oh, thank you for that. I was thinking you had also mentioned the idea that you wanted to have maybe a category as a psychologist, as opposed to being classified with educators. And I was thinking about how back during Sandy Hook, we were able to create groups of pediatricians to work with designated psychologists and psychiatrists. And I'm just wondering if there's another methodology that you were thinking of in terms of your classification in the educational arena.
School psychologists have typically been informal leaders in buildings. It would be very helpful if there were groups of psychologists. There have been, there is the Connecticut Association of School Psychologists, but the point that I think we've gotten to as a profession is we are very isolated, And I think it's been very, very difficult for us to coalesce together. I recently have been split between two buildings. So this year, I was asked to, over the summer, to take on double the amount of caseload. So the extra activities and the ability to get together with my peers for that clinical supervision, for professional development, for things like that, that time has been taken away significantly, like some people were alluding to before. I would love to see us coalesce together more as a profession, and perhaps an alternate way to help provide services across the state is to think of us more as a group, as a whole state in the group, and then distributing our services throughout the state. That would be a very interesting idea, and heading that would be very interesting, perhaps having the State Board of Ed directing all of us, because we are becoming so rare and so fragmented. It's becoming very hard to be together as a group. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. And maybe there's time for us to work on some of those issues so that we can make us more organized, help you be more organized, and provide more assistance to our educational system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Christopher. That's fine. And staying on.
Thank you. And good night, everybody.
Good night. All right. Moving down our list. 132, Stephanie Ross. 133, Meredith Braxton. 134, Corinne Barney. 137, Stacy Ty. 140, William DeHaven. 141, P. Childs. 142, David Rock. 143, David Morse. 144, Bonnie Rotelli. 145, Jason Cohen. And 146, Danielle Cohen. I see Danielle. I have to say everybody's name, so I go quickly when I don't see the name, but if I see the name, I will.
Jason was my husband. He went to bed, unfortunately. He has to wake up very, very early. So good morning. My name is Dr. Danielle Cohen. I'm a Connecticut parent of a child with a disability and a special education advocate who represents families across this state. I hold a master's degree in special education, a doctorate in educational leadership, and I'm currently pursuing a law degree. I've been a special education teacher, and on a good year, I've had a caseload of 25. I've managed IEP compliance for a larger school district and served as an assistant director of special education and worked in both the private and public school settings in the state of Connecticut. I bring with me a deep understanding of special education from a classroom to central office administration, and now as an advocate and a law student focused on education law. To date, I have sat in thousands of PPT meetings. I support families and help them navigate a system that is often overwhelming and inaccessible, and I'm speaking today to express my strong opposition to raise bills 7277 and 1561. As both a parent and a professional in this field, I can say plainly these bills are dangerous. They don't reform special education, they dismantle them. One of the most alarming changes is the proposed shift of the burden of proof on parents. This would make it nearly impossible for families, especially those without an advocate or attorney, because many simply can't afford them, to access a fair hearing. It will create a devastating disparity between families with resources and those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds who already face structural disadvantages. Parents are not trained to read assessment data, interpret evaluations, or argue legal positions. They rely on professionals, advocates, and attorneys to help level the playing field. Shifting the burden of proof to them is not just inequitable, it's unconscionable. Equally troubling is the proposal to cap rates for private special education placements. These schools are not optional. They are required when public districts cannot meet the students' needs. The notion of applying an equitable cap assumes programs can predict all resources needed to educate a child before the child even arrives. But that's not how special education works. Every child's needs are different and can evolve significantly over time. If a program could anticipate every need in advance, public schools would be able to do this themselves. The reality is they often cannot, and that is why these specialized placements exist in the first place. Worse still, capping rates puts these schools in financial jeopardy. Most operate with tight margins and high service costs. Arbitrary pricing limits will lead to closures. When those programs shut down, we not just lose school choices, we dismantle a critical pillar of FAPE. Without access to appropriate placements, children with disabilities cannot receive the free and appropriate public education they are entitled to under law. Meanwhile, public schools are facing their own crisis. Chronic staffing shortages and high turnover rates are directly impacting school districts' abilities to provide appropriate programming or train staff with consistency and fidelity. Limiting placement options while the public system is already stretched too thin is not a solution. It's a collapse in the making. We are already seeing a system under immense
Please
pressure.
summarize.
These bills would deepen inequity, increase litigation, and more importantly, harm children. Please do not advance this legislation and instead work in collaboration with advocates, parents, educators, and school administrators to craft thoughtful, inclusive policy solutions. These bills as written are detrimental. They must be rewritten. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to protecting the rights of students with disabilities.
Thank you. Thank you, Danielle. All right. So the next couple of speakers I have, I do see them in the attendees, but I think you have to accept the panelists to be promoted as a panelist. Alicia Perez, number 148, and Gail Lanza, number 149. I see you guys are on and attendees, but you have to accept the request to become a panelist. So if I see you promoted, I will come back. And then I'll move through. So 150, Norma Martinez Hosang, 151, Obed Sierra, 152, Stephanie Maker, 153, Teresa Childs, 154, Lindseay Dollr, 155, Matt Conway, 156, Anna Wittig, 157, John O'Connor, 158, Andrea Harrington Cosby, 159, Daryl Noble, 160, Noreen Mahoney, 161, Joseph Sakala.
Good evening. Yes.
Yes. Hello.
Hi. Good morning, Rep. Khan and
Morning.
Senator Sajuta Gadkar Wilcox. Thank you for staying with us all night and into the next morning. I'm here today supporting a portion of these bills that increase special education funding. I'm Joseph Sakalovic. I'm a member of the Bridgeport Board of Education and the Vice Chair. To support funding to assist districts in carrying out the moral and state mandates of educating our most vulnerable students. Those of special ed. For every district, special education mandates have a disparate impact on the budget. More so in less affluent communities such as Bridgeport, Connecticut, my hometown. In Bridgeport, approximately 17% of our students are special education students. Meeting our moral and state mandated obligations consumes over 1/3 of our budget, or $115 million per year. What does this mean? That means 83% of our students are left with only 66% of the remaining funds to meet their needs. As you know, current ECS formula is not enough to even meet those students' basic needs. Adding a weight to the formula for special education, as well as increasing the excess cost reimbursements, are steps in the right direction. But we need to go much further in future bills to fully fund all special education excess costs. It's important to note that in addition to the challenges of meeting the needs of children that go to school in our district public schools, state mandates require that local districts pay for and provide special education services for students that attend local schools, as well as schools outside our care and control, such as charter schools. Some of these students also unfortunately must be sent out of district to meet their needs. We are obligated under the law to pay for their students to receive services. We also spend millions of dollars in cash and in-kind services to meet that legal obligation. I take a note, interestingly enough, that yet again, it does not appear that the charter schools have many people here testifying against tonight. I haven't even seen one. I don't know if y'all have ever been on all day. Once again, it does not affect their bottom line. The bottom line it does affect is a lot of these private providers who seem to have scared their constituencies enough to come out here and fear that the schools were going to be closed down if they did not get enough of a profit margin or funds. It does not look like this bill is trying to close any schools. It's just trying to provide more clear, consistent budgeting parameters for districts. Let's see. And they're all coming out to testify. It's high time for the state to fully fund the state mandates and, more importantly, the needs of all of our students. Special education services are costly to provide, and the unfortunate reality is if our children do not get these services, the for-profit entities, some for-profit.
Time is up. Please summarize.
Yes, okay. In summary, we're supposed to be providing education in least restrictive environment. How can we provide a least restrictive environment when we're going out of district to meet so many of our needs? We need to fund special education in our schools, build our capacity to provide these services ourselves so our children could attend schools with their neighbors and their friends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Joe, nice to see you. I just wanted to make sure you heard Senator Austin's comments this morning, I think morning or afternoon, on the funding for Bridgeport. So send that back to the district because it was highlighted, by three of us and by me and then Fran Rabinowitz. So there was representation there. I thought you'd appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Have a great evening. I'm going to highlight that.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. I have the next person, Arthur Gow, who I don't see, but I see Jennifer Jacobson and then Ann Smith right after.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the conversation today. My name is Jennifer Jacobson. I'm here as a member of the Fairfield Board of Education, so that is the lens in which I have submitted testimony. I've submitted extensive written testimony with line items, so I will focus on summation. While it is evident that the committee contemplates specific goals with these bills and includes some needed changes so that districts can budget properly and sustainably for students requiring special education services and proposes appreciated additional funding improvements, especially for facility improvements included. However, as drafted, the bill contains effective dates that don't align, definitions that don't match, bureaucratic steps that are void of any timelines, and conflicting sections that result in a lack of clarity on exactly where this would leave our students. While seeking to build in-district program is an achievable goal, it takes time to build, both budgetarily and with proper educators and service providers, including contracted providers. In-district programming does have the ability to achieve significant cost avoidance, but it is also not a one-size-fits-all approach and must be based on specific needs of each student. The grants that you anticipate providing to assist districts are notable, however, they are not adequate. Fairfield has 18 different in-district specialized programs for ages to 3 to 22, and as a result, have seen a decrease in our number of outplacements where possible. I can provide you specific data that you've asked for previously on some of those run costs, but this has taken years to build with investments. I have serious concerns about the sections related to OPM or officers having the authority to what would amount to a veto of PPT process and approval of every agreement between boards of education and private providers. I will let others speak to the legal of concerns, and we've heard about that today, but you have not afforded any timelines for those approvals, which begs the question, what happens to students in the interim for which there is no answer in the bill? Coupled with all of the requirements to submit documentation to CSDE, this becomes a very overly bureaucratic and potentially disruptive process for our students. While I believe you are attempting to accomplish relies upon employees of boards of education versus private providers. However, I was disappointed to read the language about providing grants to our paraeducators or educators. However, you would make them leave where they are working and teaching to go to an alliance district. And if they did not fulfill a 3-year requirement, you would try to claw back the money from them and their willingness to do so. This is not going to address the workforce situation that we are all facing, that we have heard about today. Funding, as I'm sure everyone here is aware from ESSER and ARPA, the concept of a budget cliff. Of course, every assistance is helpful and appreciated. However, when we use terms like within available appropriations, grants that are time limited, competitive, or limited, these terms simply mean not enough. I would like to speak to the MBR piece that someone mentioned earlier because I would like to provide some important insight on that. However, the provision where you would punish districts for even a single sole
Time is up. Please summarize.
provider is not the stick that we need while trying to do right by our students for those districts that have and would like to provide the in-district programming that I believe you would like to see. What I can reiterate from the very long time of hearing from every district around the state to please fully fund excess cost and include special education in the ECS formula. And finally, please address some of the technical issues that I provided in my written testimony, or at least check them for consistency. So thank you very much for your time. And I know it's been a very long day.
Thank you. Thank you for that testimony. So next I have Ann Smith. And then after that, Cynthia Adams, if Cynthia's on, or Joan Sabato.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I'm here this morning. Ann Smith, I'm the Executive Director of AFCAMP. We are the African Caribbean American Parents of Children with Disabilities. We are a parent center funded under IDEA. And I'm here this morning to speak in opposition to 7277 and 1561 in their current form. I would like to share that we are looking here at what I think was a intention at a foundational level to do some very positive things for our special education system here. However, I am concerned because even at a foundational level, any increase in funding for special education, it's well needed. We have to recognize that our special education system has never been fully funded as it had been contemplated when IDEA was adopted 50 years ago. So we're still trying to fully fund that so that we can ensure a free, appropriate public education for all of our students. The concerns that I have with these bills are around shifting the burden of proof in due process proceedings. One of our roles is to help parents to understand what their rights are under IDEA, to be able to become their child's best advocate. And when it has to go to due process, we find that that is a burden that is unequally experienced by those families who may have access to resources to engage legal counsel, or if we're fortunate enough to be able to engage with any of our nonprofit organizations that provide legal services, or any of the attorneys who might volunteer pro bono. But that shift of the burden of proof in due process is a very, very concern. You've heard that from several of those who have spoken with you today. I'll move on. What I would also have concerns about is a concern that these potential efforts to set rates under the current framework of these bills would increase the cost of outplacement at an escalated rate. And for the communities of which we are primarily concerned, we feel that that would be something that's untenable. And we're already seeing in the districts that have been identified, Hartford being, of course,
Time is up. Please summarize.
We would also have a concern then around the excess cost sharing, accountability, and what we have in Connecticut SEDS. Connecticut SEDS has the promise of being something that can make it easier to navigate the system, but in reality has created some barriers for our parents and families. So we would be concerned about that. We are in support of having an educational ombudsman that parallels having a health care ombudsman, having one for nursing homes. And these are all similar situations where the individuals who are supposed to receive those services are those who are least able to defend and to advocate for them on their own. So I appreciate the effort that was made to bring forth 7277 and 1561, but because of the potential for adverse impact on our families and our students with disabilities, we would be speaking against those being moved forward. And thank you all for hanging in there. This is unbelievable. I looked at it, number 164, and it's the next day. So thank you all. And let me know if there's anything that we can respond to.
Thank you. I don't see any questions as of now, but thank you for providing that testimony and for staying on. All right. I don't see Cynthia or Joanne. 167 Brandilyn Williams. There we go.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I just want to thank everyone for being here at this late of an hour and early in the morning. I want to thank the Special Education Committee for taking the time to really try to attempt to figure out the extremely complicated issues that we have here in the special education community. I'm a parent of a 6-year-old, he'll be 7 actually this weekend, of a first grader in Norwalk Public Schools. And I would like to express my concerns about the proposed bills. I really want to, there's so many things that have been discussed today, but I think at this point, to not belabor any points, I want to just really speak about parent engagement and the parent experience. It has been spoken about that parents sometimes, I can't express how difficult it is to be in a PPT meeting and you can see that the district's hands are tied. You can see that the people that may be sitting around the table may genuinely want to help you, but they don't have the resources to do so. And so I find that these bills here are not necessarily really addressing that concern. I feel that these bills are actually taking away the flexibility that parents, the little bit that we do have. And although my son is not currently outplaced, I want to feel that outplacement is an option for him. Now, I do understand from listening, I've been tuning in throughout the day about making special education more equitable around the state of Connecticut. And I do believe that we need to address certain districts who have outstanding numbers in regards to workforce, in regards to students not receiving the services that are on their IEP. But to me, that is not really the same conversation as a student who needs to be outplaced. If you have an IEP and your student is not receiving the basic services that are on the IEP, that should not be a reason to be outplaced. And so I think that we need to really look at that statewide and really fix those areas of concern. I don't believe any parent should be, most parents should be notified about the services that their children are not receiving. They should be receiving compensatory services. But if the district is not able to do so, that's when I would like to see more of the bill address that issue versus trying to regulate from a state level. I just feel like it's misguided. So I just wanted to kind of elevate the parent experience, how frustrating it is to be at the table, wanting to get help for your child. And this bill just, it seems as if we're not really addressing the root problems of workforce issues in regards to staffing, as well as as well as just meeting the needs of the basic IEP. And if we can fix that and make sure that students are receiving those services, then when it gets to the point that the public school is not able to service someone, that is where outplacement is needed. But I don't necessarily think it's right that parents get put into a situation that because the district doesn't have a speech therapist, now we have to be forced into an outplacement situation. And so I do believe that there's several conversations happening at once. And I just don't think that this bill is really addressing that. And I don't think this bill is really keeping parents, because we are our children's advocate, and we're the number one expert on our children, and it's just really not really helping that parent experience. So I will be happy to take any questions at this late of hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Brendolyn. I think we have one question, Rep. Wielander on Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Williams, for bringing up a number of these points. And one of the things that I wanted to reiterate is the concern over the funding and the lack of consistent funding from just the federal government, and that we are supposed to be receiving about 40 to 45% of our funding for special education services from the federal government, but currently are only receiving 7. So school districts are not able to provide the services that they need in order to meet the needs of all of their students. But I also wanted to ask you as a parent, and if there was something that you could, oh goodness, I'm sorry, my cat. If there was something that we could address specifically about the parent experience, beyond making sure that the providers that were needed were available, that could make this process better for you.
So I think that most parents don't realize their power at the table is a very, very intimidating experience. And it's also a very emotional experience when you're hearing concerns about your child and the development. And so it's a very emotional experience. And so most parents don't realize their power. And so I'm very thankful to the Connecticut Parent Advocacy Center. I'm very thankful for a lot of the special education advisory councils around the state. We're always trying to help encourage and build community amongst parents. I do believe that there needs to be more guidance, not necessarily guidance, but if we want to talking about mandates, it should be a requirement that parents get some form of education about the PPT process. Because I know personally, with everything that I've learned over the last 5 years, well, my son was diagnosed at 2, so it's been about this whole 5-year journey. But since entering the public school system at 3, that if I don't feel comfortable with something, we're not going to move forward. And I think that there's parents that have been speaking tonight about trusting the experts at the table and not really realizing that if you're not comfortable with a decision that's being made, I don't think school districts should allow for parents to agree to something that they don't feel comfortable with. And then now you're dealing with agreeing to something that you didn't feel confident about a few years back. And even there was another parent that spoke about sacrificing being in a bilingual environment. As parents, we should not be put in these types of situations. Anyone that's bilingual should be encouraged to be in a bilingual environment in a school setting, regardless of what their needs are. And so I just really want to make sure that it's not just best practice, but can we find a way to really make sure that it's not about parents' rights, because I don't necessarily want to jump on that bandwagon in the federal national narrative. However, when it comes to being a part of the IEP process, parents really need to understand what they're agreeing to, and it fits the vision that they have for their child's future. I hope that answered your question, Representative.
Thank you. No, it did. Thank you very much for sharing that and for sharing your perspective. It sounds like it would be another potential opportunity for the ombudsman to really be an advocate and help parents in this process. So thank you for your answer and your time. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity for a question.
Thank you. And thank you, Brendolyn, for staying on.
Thank you so
and
much. Have a great night.
You too. All right. So I'm gonna go to 168, Debbie Hoover, 169, Lydia Sofer, 170, I see Jeremy Bond, and then after that, Matt Zabrowski, 172. Jeremy.
Thank you very much. I'm Jeremy Bond. I'm a parent, and I really appreciate you still listening, so I'll try to keep it brief. I'm here on behalf of our daughter in the critical out-of-district program she needs. While our older daughter thrived in the public schools from K to 12, our younger daughter had initial diagnosis in pre-kindergarten. So we're talking pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, moving from a 504 to an IEP, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, through the chaos of COVID, sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, all that time, our district and schools did everything they could to serve our child's needs. It was only finally in high school, after she was too anxious and overwhelmed to attend school at all, and after a couple of neuropsychological evaluations indicated the necessity of a very small specialized program specific to her diagnosis, that she was outplaced. So I'm grateful for what I've heard in support of outplacements, because believe me, for us, it wasn't the public school versus an outplacement. It was both. It was making the most of the resources and caring professionals within our large district, and then ultimately the small and individualized environment that was impossible in the public school that the outplacement provided. So moving forward, I just want to make sure that these bills and your task as a committee don't need approved private special education programs to have to prove the need for serving families like ours, and that families like ours have to fear losing what we need exactly when we needed it, that we, that families like us and families with different needs with us all have the needs, all have the options that they need. So I thank you in advance for that assurance. I could not say that I've been on since 11 a.m. I was off and on depending on where I was, but I've learned some things today, and I heard a concern about students who don't have families with the capacity to advocate for them, like families like ours. And so I'd like to learn more about that and what will best serve educational equity for everyone. Sure, I'm here as my own daughter's parent, but we care about everybody. One thing I'm still wondering too is what would an alternative in-district program look like that serves similar populations as private special ed programs? Because I'm wondering what would happen if you do bring students back to their home district without a similar program in place. I'm also thinking about what, solutions, like how can we regionalize these efforts? Even though the state kind of avoids that as a whole, in terms of regional governments, how can we share resources? And I just want to mention what Brendolyn Williams was just talking about. I really appreciate her bringing up parent leadership. It's something I've worked on kind of on the side, school family engagement. And I think this is an opportunity to have better communication with all families. So I learned about this forum kind of right before the holiday weekend that had a deadline of the middle of the day on Easter to register for this. So I think, we can all kind of work together to make sure, given that there's agreement on both sides and yet a lot of disagreement, that maybe we can
Time is up. Please summarize.
Sure. We can work together to communicate better all of these different concerns. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay. Representative Johnson.
Hi, thank you so much for your testimony. I just, you had mentioned something about regionalization, and I wondered if you had an idea about how that could be done. A number of proposals have been made over the years to regionalize educational services, and of course the rest do some of that, but the underfunding has created a increased cost for a lot of the districts, and I didn't know if this was something that you had explored.
I mean, I'm speaking just as a parent, and the fact that I happened to start college as a geography, urban regional planning major, but that's about it. I haven't worked in that area. So I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there that it kind of occurred to me that it was, we're districts and schools have to solve these problems that wouldn't exist, I guess, if we had a more regional based government. And so that's just my, bringing that up, that they're doing great work considering how much everyone's in silos. So I wish I had a solution. I was just sort of throwing it out there as a consideration.
Well, when you throw that out there, I've got to find out what you're thinking. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. All right, I see Matt Zabrowski's on. So Matt, if you'd like to unmute. And then after that, I think Caroline Lirum is going to be next. Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks. Good morning, Representative Khan and Senator Gadikar Wilcox. I did not expect to be saying good morning, but I am. And other distinguished and probably sleepy members of this committee. I know it's been a long day. I'll try and, like everyone else, keep it brief. First off, I do want to thank you for your work on these bills. I can, reading through it, I could tell how much effort went into it. I can tell that there are certainly many of you who are passionate about working on these issues. We heard a lot of testimony today about, outplaced schools. So I'm not going to delve too much into that other than, I will say that I do worry a little bit about how that winds up turning out, only because if we wind up in a situation where some of those facilities have to either reduce the number of seats that they hold for students, or do something else because of a reduction in their ability to charge what they charge, that would actually could affect other school districts as a whole. If there's fewer places to put kids who need this kind of help, that could become an issue, because then you've got kids who now have to stay within district, even though it's an inappropriate placement, and the district will have to reroute resources, which will take away from the other students in the district as well. So I do hope that you are considering that as you're working through all this. I should mention I am a special education teacher. I serve the town of Glastonbury Middle School, and I also serve on the Board of Education in Cromwell, so I do get to see things through a lot of different lenses. I will run through really quick the things that I'm really pleased about with this bill. I'm really pleased about the inclusion of the requirement that grant monies from the grant be used only to offset costs that are associated with direct service to special education students. And I also appreciate that there appear to be some provisions for accountability to make sure that that actually takes place. Budgeting, when you look at the school budget, it's unlike any other budget used in any other organization. The money is all over the place, so it's kind of hard to track. So I do like that there is some accountability there. I like having recommended coordinated bus routes that would encourage and empower districts to work together to provide transportation for students, which would also help them reduce costs. So I think there's a great thought behind that. I really like the support for additional funding for districts to form their own in-house programs. The district where I work did form its own in-house program. It has saved the district millions of dollars over the last several years since they started the program. So I definitely have seen that work in action. And then there's a couple of things that I have some concerns about, aside from what I mentioned about some of the outplacement facilities. I am a little bit concerned with, I like the establishment of the Building Educational Responsibility with Greater Improvement Networks Commission and all the responsibilities that it was tasked with, for example, studying issues related to education.
Time is up. Please summarize.
Sure. The summary is that my concern with some of the later sections, section 31, section 38. I like that there are these studies to be looked at as far as new job classifications to kind of break up responsibilities for special ed teachers. My concern was it did not appear that there was really an allotment for membership of actual current special education teachers to be a part of that process. And the concern I have with that is that means, or that implies, that you're going to primarily be getting your information and your data from administrative folks. And like it or not, administrative folks have to keep first and foremost in their minds the well-being and the best education of the students. But very closely behind that is the management of the budget. So my concern is that, not that anyone would falsely represent data or anything like that. I would assume that would not happen, but that you would not hear a voice from the actual boots on the ground. So the information that you get might be a little skewed, or, you know, a little bit kind of leaning in one way. I really think that, you know, the studies are a great idea, but you've got to include the actual current teachers who are doing the work in collecting that data and that information. So my hope is that either I'm wrong and I misread that, or that you'll consider making sure that actual special education teachers and school psychologists and so forth are a part of that process and an integral part. Because they're the ones that we're experiencing the shortage with, you know, not so much administrators. I do thank you for all your work. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I submitted my written testimony. You guys know how to contact me as well. So other than that, if you don't have any questions, have a wonderful morning and a great day.
Matt, thank you for your comments. Just clarify some of those provisions in there on the studies, on the like kind of current status. The commission that's charged with that, there are a couple teachers, I believe, that are members of that commission. And if there are open seats for teachers, I will be in touch with you. And use your expertise. I know we've heard from you at some of our at a listening session, and I know I received good testimony from you before by email. So thank you for your input and your continued input as we kind of work through this bill. And thank you for sticking with us. I'm assuming you have school tomorrow morning, so
I'm getting up in about 4 hours.
yes, have a good night. Thank you so much.
Be well. Thank you for all your work.
All right, so I think the next, I'll go down the line a couple of the folks I don't see, but 174 Seth Freeman, 175 Cynthia Ross, 178 Lita Ramos, 179 Jamie Zionic, 180 Samantha Cook, 183 Tarsheen Sethi, 184 Elisa Landau, 185 Caroline Lirum.
Good morning. I'm still here, and I thank you all for staying on so long so I can share my story and my thoughts. My name is Caroline Lirum. I'm a mother to a child with a disability. And after reviewing raised bills 7277 and 1561, I am frustrated. I am disappointed. But more than anything, I am tired. I'm not too tired to give this testimony, though. I am tired of the never-ending fight to secure an appropriate education for my son, who is proudly on the autism spectrum. The educational successes he's experienced and one of the constant champions he's had has been his current private school, a school we had to place him in back in second grade after he was utterly failed by the public school system. It's important to note that this is not a state-approved special education school. And I want you to understand that it would not be appropriate for my child to go to a state-approved special education school because for him, he requires general education peer models, and an APSEP wouldn't provide this model. I also want to be very clear that my husband and I are not parents who are looking to go through this horrible, emotional, and expensive process to get our son in a private school for any other reason than to secure an appropriate education for him. Our son needed programming and behavioral support that his public school denied over and over again. We pleaded with them for these supports. We had numerous PPTs. We took off countless days of work. We hired an advocate and then an attorney to try and keep him in his district, but they would not collaborate with us. During this extraordinary passage of time, our son became traumatized within his learning environment. He developed severe associations between the school building and his lack of value as a person. His self-esteem was at an all-time low, and negative self-talk and self-worth were impacting him every day at school and outside of school. His public school refused to listen to the experts or collaborate with my husband and me on how to include him. It was clear he wasn't getting what he needed. So we unilaterally placed him in a private inclusion school where he has special education programming with all of the supports that he needs, as well as access to general education peers. Now he is in 6th grade and unilaterally placed at the same private school, and he is thriving. Learning to feel safe at school, though, didn't happen overnight. It was a journey. His current school listens to the experts and follows the science. Transparency exists. Communication is consistent, and parent-school collaboration remains strong.
Time is up. Please summarize.
This is in stark contrast to our son's entire experience in public school, which was a battle. And it was heartbreaking to watch our son's light become extinguished as he suffered through being socially ostracized and marginalized simply because he didn't fit in the only box that was available to him. In light of recent remarks by the Secretary of HHS regarding autistic individuals, must I now explain to my son that his own state won't support him? I am extremely concerned that the intent is to save money, but I strongly believe that this won't save money. In fact, it will likely increase litigation, though only for families who can afford an attorney. But what happens to the kids whose families don't have the means to advocate for this completely unnecessary?
Time is up. Please summarize.
Many will be lost. I think we all can agree that losing these children is not sound fiscal policy, but it doesn't have to be this way. And I am pleading with you to put our children first. Please listen to the parents' testimonies tonight. Please read their written testimonies. We have been through so much. Our kids are living this. Please do the right thing and ensure that my son and every child with a disability can access the education, tools, and opportunities that their non-disabled peers receive. And I'm more than happy to speak with you more about this. And I truly hope you understand how this bill affects not only my son, but our entire family and families like ours across the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I'm not sure if you mentioned the district, but the school district that you're speaking of, and you don't have to, but
We're in the Greenwich Public Schools.
okay. All right. Thank you. And thank you for sticking with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Yep. All right. I think the last speaker that we have on as a panelist, number 198, Timothy Mahone. We have a few other speakers and attendees. I'll call on them to see if somebody would promote to a panelist, and if not, then we'll stop at Timothy.
Hello, everyone. My husband's asleep, so I will be speaking instead. My name is Rosemary Man, and I'm writing in opposition to the two bills that have been raised. My youngest son, Tom, is on the autism spectrum. He has been a student at Ben Haven Academy in Wallingford for the last 5 years. When he started there, he had pretty much given up on school between the bullying and between feeling so isolated. He was withdrawn, despairing, and my phone rang every single day asking for me to come pick him up. He was academically behind by more than a year of all his subjects, and staying in class for more than 10 minutes was a struggle. He believed he did not belong in this world and could not understand why he had autism and his siblings didn't, and why everything had to be so hard. As a parent, seeing your child suffering is one of the worst experiences to endure. Being outplaced to Ben Haven Academy was the turning point for our son. The staff there worked so hard to build back our son's confidence, trust, self-esteem, and the belief that he had something to give and offer to this world. It was a really slow process that took an immense amount of patience and a great team approach. The Ben Haven Academy staff worked steadily to rebuild our son and rebuild the academic ground that he had lost. Fast forwarding to where he is now in his 5th year of Benhaven, he is thriving. He has made more strides than we could have envisioned. He can be in class and participate in class discussions that last for over 40 minutes. He is at grade level for reading and writing. He's still behind in math, but he's come much further than when he started at the time of 4th grade level. Without building his confidence and his ability to persevere, his willingness to try new things, our son would never have attempted activities like golf and skiing and bowling and fishing. And he normally in the past would have given up after the first try and said, it didn't go well, I'm never doing this again. He is currently taking courses in work skills, exploring skills in case he might have the chance to be successful at a community college. All of these skills and achievements have taken considerable time, perseverance to achieve and maintain. I would say due to the exceptional staff at Benhaven Academy, who truly understand autism and how to work with our children, our son
Time is up. Summarize.
Okay, our son has thrived. He now stands tall. He smiles even. Whereas in the beginning, before this outplacement, he would be curled up in the fetal position with his hoodie over his face, afraid of what was happening around him. And he did not have the ability to communicate when he was upset or when something was wrong. Now he does that. He seeks out a teacher, he seeks out his therapist at school or any staff member that he trusts and will approach them and say, I want to run something by you. We see the difference. My
Hello,
older 2 children do as
you
well.
for providing testimony. I do have a couple other speakers still waiting to speak, and I want to be respectful of their time. But thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for staying on. Jim, I'm going to attempt the last name right now.
That must be me. Jim Matthews.
Thank you for staying on.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. Certainly great to be in a country and a state that allows for this public hearing opportunity, and been a long day, but appreciate all the committee members' efforts as well as the individuals who've taken time to testify. Especially hearing from parents has been very touching and moving. I'm Jim Matthews. I'm the CEO of the Children's Center of Hamden. We have a 192-year history of meeting the unique behavioral, educational, and emotional needs of children throughout the state with a variety of programs. We employ about 200 individuals at any point in time. And so far this year in our special education school, we have served 75 children at any given point in time enrolled, coming from about 35 districts. These are children who present with an array of challenging, complex, and high-level behavioral and educational needs. And these needs are often far too complex for their district special education programs to meet. Having worked in a clinical day program many years ago in public school, I fully understand the need for both public and private special education services to exist. And I thank you for your efforts and attention in wanting to improve special education for Connecticut's children. And I also agree it's important for children to receive services closest to home whenever possible. I am testifying in opposition to both bills 1561 and 7277. My concern is if either bill is enacted as currently written, there would be harmful consequences for special education students, their families, dedicated staff, and municipalities across the state. I do support a comprehensive independent study of the cost for both public and private special education in the state. It's clear from today there's no simple solution to the complexities related to providing high quality special ed services. Each system, the public schools and the approved special ed programs have their strengths and weaknesses, as all systems do. And regardless of the intent of the proposed bills, my concern is about the unintended consequences that may come. Will private special ed programs close or reduce services? Will it lead to children going out of state, costing more and disrupting families already experiencing undue trauma and strains. While none of us have a crystal ball to know exactly the outcome, we do have data to lean on. Each year, the cost for my agency to provide services across our programs increases, while we're already having underfunded programs that remain level funded. I heard Oak Hill CEO state that they have closed 20 programs in 10 years. I know multiple other agencies that have also closed programs due to the underfunding by the state. These are programs across service lines from DCF, DDS, CSSD. And based on this data, it's reasonable for us to be concerned about another service of ours to have inadequate rates if they are established by an outside entity, including OPM.
Time is up. Please summarize.
I encourage the committee to partner with private nonprofit providers and other associations members on addressing the underlying reasons for rising special ed costs based on the questions and concerns raised today. I think all parties getting and sitting together, exploring solutions would be in the best interest of Connecticut's children. I thank you all for your efforts. At this time, I urge the committee to take no action on both 1561 and 7277.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for staying on and providing testimony. At this time, we have no other speakers in our panelist section. There are a couple people in the attendees that have not spoken that we have sent the panelist link to. I will just call on them a couple more times to see if they would be promoted. Maria Morelli Wolf, number 115, and 149, Gail Lanza. So Maria or Gail, if you guys are on and you can accept the panelist permission and be promoted. Okay. All right. So I think that concludes our speakers for this evening. I want to thank everyone that came on, thank those that stayed, and our staff for staying on. I hope everybody has a good night and a safe drive home for those of us that are here. Allow my co-chair to make any comments.
Thank you. I just wanted to a special shout out by name to everybody who's still here at 1 a.m. Representative Zupkis, Representative Corpus, Representative Poulos, Representative Johnson, Representative Khan, and our amazing clerks who are here. And thank you to all our representatives online. But it's a special honor for the people who are here until 1 a.m. with the long drives home. And I have that myself, and I have class at 8 a.m. So thank you very much to everybody who is here and providing the testimony on this very complex issue that is very nuanced, and we will look at all angles going forward. So thank you very much.
Representative Corpus.
Thank you to everyone who testified tonight. We heard a lot of great testimony, a lot of very heartfelt stories. Thank you. And thank you to the chairs for running a great hearing and for all your work.
Thank you. Good night. Please drive safe, everybody.
Good night.